Waves update. Oh god. Wait, there's a new unusual memes. Actually, there's been a few. I think we missed a few now. Is it the right spot anymore? No, it's not. Jesus. Alright. Haven't seen one of these in a hot minute.
Mira, pero más pendejo no se puede.
Your trash can ain't up. Your trash can ain't up. Your trash can ain't up.
Dude. Wait, did he like backslide on that?
Your trash can ain't up. Your trash can ain't up.
Oh my god.
We say the way we treat other people. Working together is so important to preserve that freedom and to really.
What?
Tá, perfeito, perfeito, perfeito. Tá, tá.
Jesus. Are unusual memes just fail compilations? They've turned into that. Dude. The kick out. Go under his leg. Ooh! Aw. What? Ooh. What broke on that? Was there this like flip flop? Oh, it's like a shoe. What?
Yeah, no, it just sometimes it's like just really hard to like let myself loose and like
एक बार नेरा बॉलिंग कर रहा होता है, अंपायर उसको नो बॉल देता है, तो नेरा बोलता है मेरा पैर तो अंदर था, अंपायर बोलता है लेकिन तेरा दांत तो बाहर.
Bro.
What that leaves after 90 days, 1 week, and then you go to.
This guy's jacked. What? That was it? That's the video? Oh my god.
Stop.
I don't give a fuck. I got mine, goddamn.
Dude.
Don't mean to shit on our neighbours, but these fucking orange juices have been out on the balcony for literally like 6 months.
oh, they're candles.
What?
Yeah, I think they're citronella candles.
Oh, well, that would make a lot more sense.
We're watching this is unusual memes. Oh my god.
Alright, that doesn't count.
What?
God.
Bro.
Yeah, you good?
What?
You guys know know my pet peeve. You know I got a pet peeve about this, right?
It's gonna bite him. No, okay.
Might as well
It was a very friendly pass.
Slipkin on the fucking truck.
Dude. No, man! That feels bad. Bro.
Я хочу белый дом, голубые ставни и комнату с видом на реку, чтобы я могла рисовать.
I'm Cinderella.
What are you attempting here? Just to move it? Oh, man, that was a disaster, dude. How does that happen? What? Dude. Just gonna walk into it. Damn.
Guys, the rice fell.
Oh, that's okay.
I don't understand why people do this shit, bro. I don't get it, man. It's like I see, it was like the other one where the kid was trying to do like he was trying to do a flip with his iPad, and he was like, check out this thing, and he like threw it, did like a 720, and then it just like missed his hand or something, and just fell on the fucking ground and broke, and he started crying. I watched this and I'm just like, is that the point? Could already be broken. I know that some of them are probably like they're set up that way, like which one was it? One of these earlier ones where the guy broke the window. I think that probably happens like if like the window needed to be replaced, I assume. I don't know where it's at. It was like early on in the video where he's like, you guys know this is my pet peeve, and he broke the window. I assume that like window had to be replaced or something. But then the ones where it's like this, where you're like, what is the outcome here of this phone? Like, he clearly was trying to like catch it, but it slipped, you know? It's like, bro.
Thirsty.
Zwei, eins.
What? What? Ooh, dude.
Imagínate que luchó muchísimo para comprarse muchos terrenos, pero le costaron el lomo y sudor de su frente, ¿no? Entonces, injusticias van a haber siempre, chicos. Bueno, regresando al punto, la Revolución Mexicana pues reivindicó los predios del país.
I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Almost 50!
Yo, iPod Hoops, thank you. Nice, dude. I don't know where the bike came from. That was pretty crazy. It was, Yeah, unusual memes I feel like is kind of hit or miss, you know? You kind of don't know what you get. Sorry, I did Wordle already today. Nice. But what was the... Actually, don't spoil it. Never mind. I kind of want to do some media share because we haven't done media share in a while. Like it's been a long time. But I also forget what we used. Was it I had it saved, I believe, somewhere. Where are my bookmarks? Oh, clip queue. Here we go. Okay, if I open it, does Nightbot have to allow it, or do I just have to? Let me see something. Can't tune in yet, but hope you're having a good one. Yo, Trails, what's up? What's up? Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, there we go. It works. Perfect. All right, we're gonna turn this into a clip media stream for a bit. We opening up the queue. The queue is open. We should have a command for that too, right, Ken? I think we have a command somewhere. So it's been a minute since I've done a. I haven't seen clips in a while. Yeah, we haven't seen clips, but also just YouTube videos too. Doesn't have to be only clips. What is this? Oh. What is this? What did you link? Doug plays today's Wordle puzzle game for... That's today. What is this? What is this? Is this a YouTuber that... it's a very, very bad pause. Is this a YouTuber that does Wordle? Is that what this is? What is this?
Hello, everyone. It is Thursday, June the 27th, 2024. I'm Doug. It's time once again to play some Wordle. David and Helen, 4657, write in. Where is tomorrow's starting word? You know, I imagine there was probably an episode not too long ago where I forgot to give the starting word, so apologies, acknowledgement, and the knowledge that today is where day. Let's go ahead and start with where. And there we go, an E and an R at a position, of course, also the knowledge that there's only one E. And by the way, before we keep going, just a reminder, we are continuing.
Why did you say smash? Why'd you say smash? Yes, I would.
Looking this week, a drive to get as many starting word suggestions as possible. So please leave your starting word suggestions in the comments because we would love to feature them on the show. All right, getting back to business here. Again, armed with the knowledge that we have here, there's many different directions I think we could go. Let's see. How about... I see a few different ways I can see going with this. How about the word? Let's try the word react. Let's take A, C, and T and add them as letters to evaluate. Of course, also looking for intel on R and E could be the answer. Is the answer to today's puzzle the word react? No, it's not. And the R and the E still out of position. So there are only two places that E can be, the first or the fourth spot. I wonder if what I'm trying to do here is maybe look at R and E in the third and fourth spot, respectively. What would we do with that if we wanted to go down that path? Let's see. We could say, the thing is, we still have I and O to look at.
Okay, this is an entire 10-minute long video for just Wordle. Is that what I'm understanding here? This is an entire Okay. I'm just going to go to the end.
Outer, no. I'm pretty much 100% sure that it has to be Otter here. Well, boy, I gotta tell you, I'm nervous here. I hope I'm not.
This guy's bad too. I think this guy's just farming the 10-minute YouTube ads. Smart.
Something, but I don't think I am. We know where the O is. We know where the E and the R is. We know where at least one of the D's are. Is the answer to today's puzzle the word otter? No, it's not. What happened here? What was the word?
Damn.
What did we miss here? It's not older.
It's L. Actual L.
Oh,
it's not L because L was used.
Well, I guess I'm not sure what the answer. Oh, order. I'm sorry. Order. Double
Order.
R.
Double R.
I never thought about the double R.
Oh, we got baited, bro.
That completely went off my brain. Oh, wow. Well, a historic moment. Historic moment on the show.
Is it? Why?
Wow. After a couple hundred, I will have to go and pick it up. Maybe we'll put a graphic on the screen after a count of puzzles. We have been defeated here with order.
Wait. This was the day that 225 in a row? Megan, have you been... Never mind, dude. I'm not even asked. Never mind, dude. I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole. Hey, sucks. It happened, man. Hey, we all take an L here or there. 225 in a row. We all make mistakes. 225 successful Wordles in a row. Today is our first big L. It's our first big L. Damn. I got it in 5 today. Nice job. Nice job.
You remember this, right? Beyblade was crazy because you had whole schools of motherfuckers pulling up with stadiums and spinning tops, screaming Pegasus at the top of their lungs,
just Wordle
pouring their
YouTubers?
heart
Yeah.
and soul into the
Me
Beyblade like
too.
it was gonna change anything. Shit, I was one of them. Had my Cyber Pegasus, and we were running full-scale money matches like
Let it
it was
rip.
really that serious.
Yeah, Beyblade
you
was
win a
hype.
couple of matches, and boom, you could get some snacks for the day. And in elementary and middle school, snacks were power. Snacks were status. But Beyblade was even crazier than you remember. I mean, you had Moses parting the Red Seas with the Beyblade. I knew they got grimy in the Bible, but that'd have a fella converting religions for real. So I want to take a look back at some of the craziest moments in the entire show, starting with a small one. We gotta get this out of the way. The Bladers were terrorists. The Beyblades aren't just spinning top toys in this universe, they're weapons of mass destruction. Don't believe me?
No.
Kyoya was one of the main rivals of the Beyblade Metal series. Imagine Vegeta? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Starts as a bad guy, works under an evil organization for a little bit, but eventually breaks free and becomes a good guy, chasing after Jenga's power for the rest of the show.
Wait, why did they
But
include
then
Maj and Vegeta in that? Okay.
Good guy chasing after Jenga's power for the rest of the show. But then we get to the tournament arc. And by now, Kyoya is known in these streets. You got fellas running up on Buddy trying to jump him 1v3 and he's still winning. That very same day, he's out for a leisurely stroll. You know how it is, just chilling when another blader tries to snipe him across the map with a 50 cal with variable zoom on it. And bro only missed because he ain't account for bullet drop off properly. You think if this metal toy hit you in the head, you ain't taking damage? Come on, bro, they putting hits out on people in this show. What's crazier is this is not even the first or only
what's the show?
time
Yeah,
something like this
Beyblade.
happens. In the OG Beyblade, you got this Nigel Thornberry
I said
ass boy
Beyblade.
pulling out his legendary bolt action aiming straight
You know what just happened in my head? Actually, something real fucked up happened in my head. Old age. Never mind, dude. I replaced Bay with B-A-Y and then Blade with B-L-E. Dude, something's happening to me. Early onset dementia. So something's happening to me, bro. I don't know what it is. Or did I say Blade Did I say Beyblade? I don't know what I fucking said, dude. Holy. Anyways, yeah, Beyblade. What was a TV show? Yes, it was on with the Saturday morning cartoons back in the 70s.
For Tyson's dome top, cops pulling up on the goat, who we definitely not ready to talk about him yet. Like, he got 5 stars, whipping their launchers out with switches like a red dot on them. 10-4, I'm about to bust a cap in his ass. You got the evil organizations calling in Beyblade AC-130 kill streaks, dropping them out the sky to ambush the protagonist. Like, what's really going on in this show? And that's only barely scratching the surface of the hate crimes these fellas are committing on a daily basis.
The hate crimes.
Ah, what a beautiful morning. The birds are chirping, the wind is blowing. Another day, another dollar. Am I right, Carol? Carol? What the fuck was that? A terrorist attack? Nah, it's the Bladers again. Mr. President, a second Beyblade has struck the building. Look at him sprinting through town, blowing up cars and jumping out of office windows. You can't go to work in this city. Did he just summon the gates of hell in the middle of downtown? Look at that innocent guy right there. He's cooked. How did we not notice how insane this was when we were kids? Why are they even allowed to have these?
Was there ever an explanation of why they had
need to
them?
talk. Who decided these preteens should be allowed to have possession of these weapons? Where are their parents? Like, we got a sneak peek at the capability of some of these Beyblades.
Because Yuki's dad or grandpa just owned a card shop, right? Which, like, by the way, the cards themselves were like insanely just this. Like Kaiba was part of, like, you know, a mega corp, right? Like, he was a big corpo, and he just had like the Blue Eyes White Dragon card, and he had to like kill somebody for it. Then like Yugi's grandpa, it just had Exodia, like the most powerful like card, and he's just in his card shop. It was very strange, like how like they procured the cards, because if you had the cards, they were like one of one to some degree, right? So it's like if you had this card, you become all powerful. Kaiba would kill people for their cards, but Yugi's just like
34, damn, let's go.
Here you go, Yugi. People will kill you for this card, but you'll win a couple tournaments with it. He's just like, oh, gee, Grandpa, thanks. And then he'd go off and fucking fight, I don't know, Pegasus or whomever, like just the most evil people in the world. I mean, and then you had like the cube that he wore, right, with the infused pharaoh power, which is very strange, like, because there's no government oversight on this stuff. So yeah, it's like, why did they have Beyblades? They seem to be very destructive, you know? Just something they do, I guess. Yo, Alcatraz, thank you for the 34 months. 34, damn, let's go. Appreciate that. 34 big months.
Earlier, but sniper rifles, attack helicopters, and even opening the gates of hell are nothing compared to their true potential. Don't get me wrong.
Because it's a show for kids?
Sometimes. An asteroid is barreling towards Earth, about to wipe
Yeah, I
us
get
all
that.
out.
I get
it's
that.
It's the end of days as we know it. Who we gonna call?
It's kind of like how Digimon is too, right? Digimon, like the kids
Hey!
control the Digimon, and like Pokemon's similar. Like if you think about Pokemon definitely should have had regulations. There should have been somebody that was like, hey, should we really give this child a Gyarados? Right? Like, should this kid be in possession of a Gyarados? I don't think so. I don't think, you know? Gyarados looks like the dick, and you'll never change my mind. I feel like that's like Diglett. Like Diglett looks like a dick a little bit. You know? I'm just saying. Huh? Okay, but Gyarados looking like one isn't like a huh?
What the hell?
Gyarados looks like a dick? Yo, Tingy, thank you for
real,
the 71 months.
Beyblades should be banned. Those things did so much damage to ankles.
The self-report is real. Okay. Anyways, yeah, that I feel like at some point in time there should have just been like some form of regulations on the Pokemon that these kids had access to capturing, because they were very much agents of destruction. I mean, you could tell by the Mewtwo series, the Mewtwo arc, right? Like Mewtwo was absolutely chaotic. They created him in a lab, right? That was the whole bit. But it's like, you know, at some point someone should have stepped in and said, maybe not everybody gets a Pikachu. Maybe a giant, you know, battery that could go off any minute should not be in a position. Because the thing is, Ash used to get electrocuted all the time. Do you not remember that? Pikachu would constantly shock the shit out of Ash. I wouldn't be surprised if he has like some type of like heart arrhythmia or something. Okay, from taking that many shocks from this Pokemon. You know what I mean? Yo, Nick, they get the 41 months. Nuclear Pokemon? It'll be like Nuclor, right? It's like Nuclor, use radiation attack, and he just starts just shaking uncontrollably, and everyone in the arena is like, "Gosh, I feel really funny, guys. Does anyone feel funny here in this arena? You know, Alex, you don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I know it's a very extensive rabbit hole. I know that I would not like the answers that I come across, especially with like some of like the translations and stuff. There's some really weird Pokemon lore, like in the Pokedex. Like I remember reading something about like Hypno or something, where it's like Hypno likes to target children. You know, or it was that or Alakazam, one of the two. It was like they specifically hypnotize. It's just, but I guess it's written for kids, so that part makes like some sense. I don't know. I know there's just a very few strange. Drifloon carries kids away and kills them. What? What? Is that in the Pokedex? No way. Oh, cookies. Damn it. Is it not in here? Or is it like unofficial lore or something? It just... Oh, that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds onto it could wind up missing. I did that once, was not found again. Fair. That's fair. If Spoink ever stops bouncing, it dies. So if Spoink is bouncing and you grab Spoink, Spoink is just dead, right? Have been in loop for a while. Mishka. Mishka's good. Mishka's good. Yeah, there's some real strange ones. Anyways, yeah, I don't think kids should have access to Beyblades. They seem like to be like agents of chaos.
Government? NASA? No! Get the teens with the spinning top toys in a spacecraft ASAP. Jenga will take care of it. He got you. But most of the time, it's just heinous, unnecessary shit. Kiyoya's Beyblade is basically store-bought, and he can summon natural disasters with it. I'm sorry, but we need to have license and registration to purchase these things.
That's what I'm saying.
At least I can see why a tornado would be useful in a Beyblade battle. What's the point of this? Like, is bro Gojo? What purpose would Infinite
Did you
Void
enjoy the event?
even
Yeah, it was great,
serve in
Tinker.
a fidget spinner battle?
It was good.
You might remember this Guardian of the Ruins, Dynamis from Metal Fury. Does he A, battle like a normal blader? B, summon the powers of Zeus from the skies to smite the bladers down like the heathens they are? Or C, drop a nuke on the entire area?
Zeus, I assume?
If you guessed Zeus, good job, here's a cookie.
Okay.
But why does he summon Zeus?
I don't know.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
The nuke wasn't a joke either, by the way. That's also something that seriously happens in this show. But the worst of it all is the bladers aren't just dangerous to society. No. They're dangerous to themselves. I don't even remember who this guy is, but lose one Beyblade battle, his Bey takes a little chip on the side, and he's collapsing hands and knees on the floor having a full mental breakdown. Tsubasa loses one Beyblade match and he's in the hospital the next day fighting for his life with schizophrenia. Seeing images of himself in the mirror, like, how do you get this much PTSD from a Beyblade? You would think bro just got back from Nam with the way he's acted. This
Talk
was
about
a
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is too.
regular
That's true.
occurrence in this show. The Beyblades were doing fucked up things to these kids. It did like 20 times more damage than vaping ever could have dreamed of to our generation. I don't know why the parents didn't step in or why they were even allowed to purchase these vile weapons. All I know is that all of these kids need therapy. Most of them deserve to be locked up. Put them in juvie. I don't care.
I imagine it's because like they want to use kids so like kids can relate in a kids show, right? And so it's like, oh, because if it was adults in these situations, you'd just be like whatever. But because it's kids, you're like, why do kids have access to these like bombs essentially could go off anytime? But then you think of like Dragon Ball, and no one had issues with that show, right? Like I remember growing up watching Dragon Ball, and there's adults in it. I didn't even watch the original Dragon. I mean, like Dragon Ball Z, because the original Dragon Ball you had like Goku as a kid and stuff, right? But like Dragon Ball Z, I watched. What else? What else had like Scooby Doo? There's plenty of shows that didn't just have kids, but I guess it's like it's weird, I guess, now looking back when they put kids into these like extreme situations when you're like, yeah, maybe a child should have access to like you know, an explosive device, and then wind up in the hospital. I mean, Japan markets target kids. Yeah, I know that, but like that's what I'm saying is like Dragon Ball Z, like was to target kids, right? Yu-Gi-Oh makes more sense because it's more crazy. I guess because when you're in the arena with Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah, it makes a bit more sense. Naruto, where kids were going into dangerous missions, yeah, but they'd also be fighting adults. I think Naruto made more sense because they were going to school and stuff, you know, originally. It was kind of like Harry Potter in that like you have Harry Potter and he goes to school and then like, you know, Voldemort attacks, right? Like it just kind of happened, and adults were involved too. Like about Master Kakashi and whatever else. The Percy Jackson books, yeah. Gohan was 10 when he killed Cell. Yeah, but like but that was supposed to try to like show the power of you know, Gohan at the time, I guess. You know, it's like to make scaling make sense because they knew that they just had to keep scaling up, so they're like, well, Gohan's really strong too, and so is Trunks, by the way. So, I guess, I mean, I kind of get it. I think it's only when it's like Pokemon is all kids, and then like you have Team Rocket that just harasses them all the time, is when in hindsight you're like, wait, you know what I mean? Like, why was it exclusively just like mostly kids? Like, Ash Ketchum is 12, and he just like was one day, he's like, you know, all right, Mom, see ya. I'm gonna go be a, you know, gym leader one day, and he just fucks off. And you're like, Mom's like, okay, Ash, have fun. What? And he goes on this great adventure where he gets literally targeted by like a Pokemon mafia, right? Just instantly. They want his Pikachu for whatever reason. I guess they didn't have enough Pikachus at the time. Team Rocket were meant to be like 16. Yeah, but then they had like Giovanni. How old is Giovanni supposed to be? Isn't Giovanni supposed to be like 30 something? Anyways, like I said, I wasn't gonna go down like this rabbit hole earlier, and the more I start going down it, the worse it gets. All trainers usually start at 10 years. Also, Giovanni said at being Ash's dad, sorta, maybe. Yeah, they're like a Pokemon cartel. I think those two believe that Pikachu to be special. Ain't no way Jesse and James are 16. Yeah, I felt like they were older. They're actually 16. Oak is definitely Ash's dad. Well, he is now anyway. Wait, really? How come they were like, yeah, he's the professor. So, hey, Dad, I sent you some more information. He's like, just go out and hey, son, just go out in the wilderness. You're 10, and just go find dangerous Pokemon for me to collect information on. Just go out and do it. I got your back. Like, all right, Dad. Actually, Professor, since I can't call you Dad, since that wasn't established till later. Giovanni's a dad in the manga. Okay. The Pokemon Adventures manga had more coherent story that is highly popular. That's fair. That's fair.
There's one man that's beyond saving. One man who kneeled to no one. One man where you knew exactly what time it is when he showed up on screen.
Havoc last night here in...
And they're not human, they're 100 dragon sightings.
Evil, manipulative man.
Unidentified...
Hundreds of teeth.
Team takeover this time in Lake...
Kids are getting slaughtered.
Fucker!
Kitty is dead.
What?
Ryuga, the Dragon Emperor. This man solos 80% of any manga with a toy you can get at Target. You can't make a Beyblade video without talking about him. Remember the buddies with the red dots from earlier? Ryuga just whoop, casually tosses his Beyblade and takes him out. Tsubasa's PTSD and schizophrenia? Ryuga caused that, and he's the one who had to come back and tell him how to get over it. Like, how's your abuser gonna be the one that ends up helping you get over the abuse? This man was the epitome of Black Air Force energy. He's out here training in volcanoes and having other characters fight for their life just to compete with them. Most of the crazy moments in Beyblade we talked about earlier seeped back to the darkest corners of my mind, but I vividly remember watching Ryuga charge up a Kamehameha. The arena scatters the area, and just listen to this girl scream. Oh yeah, she's dead now. Ryuga is what made you realize, oh, this shit was actually that serious. He kinda carried the show for me, to be honest. Every moment he graced us with his presence on screen, your eyes were glued to it. You couldn't look away. Ryuga commanded attention.
He just shot lasers out of his hands.
My respect only grew for him more. Metal Masters is where you realize Ryuga wasn't just some mindless villain on an endless quest for power. He outworked you, he cared more than you did, he had more heart than you, and then he was gonna show up and beat your ass and take your Beyblade too. Taking charge of being the one to train up Kenta and take him from being the whiny little kid that he was to the point where he could actually realize his potential. It was Ryuga who did that, not Jenga. Staying true to his word and not taking shit from anyone, escalating to the point where he's going blow for blow 1v1 with the literal god, and somehow still standing his own ground until eventually he falls. He loses and dies. Ryuga dies. Rewatching this.
And you're not watching the presidential debate? Dude, Gosh, I think this video is more interesting. I don't talk about first of all, I talk about politics in general because it gets, it's not like a never gets anywhere good. But I will say I tuned in for 30 seconds. And it was basically what you thought it was going to be, which was you had they say I'm the greatest of all time, followed by, and then right after, this guy, he don't know what he's talking about. He's out here, I was the first one, and they didn't do anything about that. I'll tell you right now, bucko, they said no to that a decade ago. So I was like, I checked out. I mentally checked out at that point. I was like, I can't do it. I'm gonna turn the stream on. I'm gonna watch some Beyblade lore. That to me was a bit more interesting. So yeah. So I go watch it. Politics, Teehee, XD, whatever. But yeah. Why are we watching the presidential debate? I'm just saying, man. I'm not making one way or the other. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? But that's what I saw. I'm just saying from perspective, as neutral as it can be, that's what I saw. I tuned it out. Couldn't do it anymore.
Scene is where I remembered the profound impact this moment had on me as a kid. The impact the entire show had. Yeah, Beyblade is crazy. It's crazy to the point of being stupid sometimes, but that craziness was probably part of what got us so hooked in the first place. What had us screeching, Pegasus! From the deepest depths of your soul in the cafeteria.
Does Beyblade have like a bunch of series too? Because I was looking at Yu-Gi-Oh! The other day, and I was like, oh, I wonder how, like, what's been going on with Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's just like Yu-Gi-Oh! Generation XYZ 12, and I'm like, what the fuck? What am I even looking at, dude? Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm old. I'm getting old. I'm a bit of a boomer. But at the same time, I was just like, is it just... Like, is Dragon Ball still... Like, I don't even know if Dragon Ball's still going, dude. I know they had like the Super Universe saga where Goku reached Universe Saiyan, of the 7th universe level, and he became the universe. I don't know how they're gonna beat that. I know that they did this whole thing where they're like, there's actually multiple dimensions, and so I was like, dude, One Piece is still going in Bleach. Oh, true. Yeah, Razor was on a quest to watch all of One Piece. I'm not sure how that's still going. Charles, I've been watching you post a lot of videos. I hope my day doesn't get. I hope the rest of the day isn't just me watching Trails posting. I really hope it's not just Trails videos from here on out. I'm begging you. I don't know if I can mentally do it. Goku can reach every color of the rainbow now. Yeah, I know they change his colors usually to indicate like he's the blue Saiyan, he's the red Saiyan. That means something stronger than previously. They're gonna run out of colors. They're gonna run out of universes. They're gonna run out of the next bad guy. That's the problem with like scaling upwards, and a lot of it's not just anime problems. It's not just Dragon Ball problems. A lot of games do this too. That's one of my criticisms with World of Warcraft. Something I rant about very religiously here on this channel. This is my platform to exclusively rant about World of Warcraft. But even they do the thing of, there's a bad guy, you defeat the bad guy. Actually, there was an even bigger bad guy, It's always like upwards. And you just like, at some point in time, you step back and you say, so now we're just fighting God. But then it's like, we're fighting super God, then we're fighting super duper God. It's like at some point in time, there's got to be like a way to like hit the reset, or because then like Naruto, they hit the reset with like Naruto's son, sort of, right? Like every JRPG, yeah. Isn't there like Eldritch beings in WoW or something like that? Yeah, there's well, it doesn't even matter because we've already yeah. So it's like, so in WoW there's like the Titans, right? And I want to say I actually don't know if they created the universe. There's old gods that like exist on planet Azeroth, but they've existed throughout other planets, and the old gods just they're just annoying, really. And the Titans like go around and they fight the old gods. So it's like, I forget who the actual creators of the WoW universe is. Yeah, there's I mean, I think we're going to fight old gods now, because it's like the War Within is supposed to be about us going inside of the planet, and maybe we see old gods. I know that we see some of like the ancient civilizations, I guess. It's like we're doing like anyways, yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if there's like a way to, because I think in WoW they even tried to do like a time travel arc, but time travel arcs are always cringe. They're always complicated. So I'm like, I wonder what would have been good for that. I think once you defeat the super bad guy, because it's like, it worked. It was cute at first, because then you had Frieza, and Frieza was bad. And you had Cell, and Cell was like super bad. And you were like, holy shit. And even the Majin series kind of made sense in that, they created this like being. But now when I feel like I watch it now, you have like a cat god, and you have multiple universes, and then the cat god's just like interested in all these universes fighting. It was very all over the place, Boruto has insane issues with power scaling because they decided to keep Sasuke and Naruto at god level power, but somehow had to invent ways to nerf them, which is bullshit. Yeah, I gotcha. So they try to nerf the power scaling for it to make sense. I feel like the only way you could do that is if the character dies off. Like Goku, very brave, but if Goku died off, you no longer have Goku, the strongest being in the universe. You know what I mean? And they could work off of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that, but they wouldn't kill Goku because it's like, or put Goku in like a permanent sleep or something. You know what I mean? Like, that would make sense. Goku died like 4 times. Yeah, I know. And that's the other problem, is that Goku died 4 times. And when he died the first time, you're like, oh no. But then he just resurrects. Like, yeah, just get the Dragon Balls, dude. Like, what the fuck? That seems a little OP. That seems a little broken, right? You just get the Dragon Balls and you say, all my loved ones I want resurrected. Sensu bean, I can forgive sensu beans because the sensu beans were like, if I eat this one bean, I'll not be like permanently dead on the floor, and then you eat it and you become super. Which by the way, sensu beans, I mean they're also OP. Did not like it when Gohan tried to be the main character. I think Trunks should have been the main character. Also brave, but people liked Trunks. I remember when Trunks showed up, Future Trunks, and people were like simping really hard over Future Trunks. I was a little skeptical because I was a bit of a Vegeta fan, but when Trunks showed up, I remember it was like, oh my god, it's Trunks from the future. And people were like super stoked over it. I feel like there should have been, Goku should have done his like little like retirement bit, right? Or maybe he got super injured and they had to like treat him, or he had to go in like the hyperbolic chamber, and they should have went into Trunks doing Trunks shit. And you could have had an entire few seasons of just Trunks stabbing people, you know, with a sword. And that would probably be fine. You know, planet hopping or something, you know? I gotta stop the bad guys from the next planet over. He just fucking flies over there, does this, you know, shit. But instead they just kept moving it forward, right? Yeah. Future Trunks was hype. No, I agree. So I don't know. It's the bad guy dilemma. I don't know what the fix is, but when Naruto becomes Omega strong, yeah, it creates like other problems, you know, because now they have to like show how dire the situation is, right?
Watching it as a kid, you didn't stop and think, hey, that's not realistic, or these kids need to be locked up. You just enjoyed it. And I think there's something special about that perspective, about being able to take so much joy in something so simple and dumb. Just a couple of well-designed kids' toys and a TV show inspired an entire generation to pull up and play in real life, to run it up on BeybladeBattles.com online. I remember people banning me from using Meteor L Drag on our games because it was just as broken in real life as it was in the show. Those were good times. Those were insane times. Those were cringe times. But I wouldn't
Those
trade
were
it for
cringe
anything.
times. No, you know what's cringe? When I beat this kid in an elementary school game of Yu-Gi-Oh, okay? I beat this little fucking idiot, okay? And I was supposed to we played for cards, okay? I was putting up like I was putting up a couple cards. I forget what it was cuz I was so confident I'd kick his ass. I put up like a Dark Magician and something else. He put up a Time Wizard, okay? I think I put like Double Barrel Dragon up, which is one of my favorite cards, by the way. Double Barrel Dragon is the one where you flip the coin. Do you guys know which card I'm talking about? You flip the coin, and if it's like one of them is you flip 3 coins, and if one of them is heads or something or tails, like you destroy a card basically. It was super fucking OP. It was my favorite card because I would roll the playground over with this card. Okay, I was very lucky with my coin toss. Anyways, I beat this little idiot, and I had the whole playground watching. By the way, no, I wasn't in high school. I was in elementary school. Okay, I wasn't in high school when this happened. Just to clarify, I was the same. Okay. Anyways, Yu-Gi-Oh was very popular. I had a deck. We laid it out. I already told this story before, so I'll do a quick TLDR. But basically, I beat this kid. He was supposed to put up his Time Wizard. He started crying because he lost. He fucking lost. He lost. He didn't put. And I was like, all right, like put up your cards, man. Like you put up the Time Wizard, hand it over. And he's like, he started crying. And I was like, oh, and I'm just like, dude, come on, man. And of course, he started crying, and of course, he ran to the teacher. Okay, ran to the teacher. Took my card. The teacher's like, and guess what happened the next day? You know what happened the next day? Yu-Gi-Oh was banned from recess. Yu-Gi-Oh was banned. Yep, no more Yu-Gi-Oh. So we had to play like kickball and tetherball or whatever, you know? Yeah, nice dude, real nice. That shit was hype too. I remember I was like sitting down on like the gravel or whatever, and we had the cards out. And I was tossing my cards out, you know. I had like kids that were standing over us, like watching us. I can't believe Alex did this. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. It still bothers me to this day, you know, because I don't know where this person's at anymore. I don't remember, you know, I don't remember anything about them. Just I hope they're doing well, but like, goddamn, dude, that really bothered me as a child. that this happened. I didn't expect kids to figure out actual Gambit in elementary school. It was pretty serious, bro. It was pretty serious. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You gotta get your time wizard off. It's not too late. Yeah. Alex, my first baby tortoise of the year just hatched. Give it a name. A name for a tortoise. Shelly. You don't joke about Yu-Gi-Oh at the playground? No, you don't. You would be an awesome teacher, to be honest, Alex. You could be that cool type of teacher. No. No, you know why? I remember I was watching some BDO videos. Oh god, I almost spilled my water over. And there's this guy that he like taught. He taught at a school too, but he made like a bunch of BDO videos. Anyway, the point is, the kids from his school found his like BDO channel, Black Desert Online, and they started. And he like swears in it and stuff. Or they fired him, right? They didn't fire him, but like his dad, I guess, was like part of the school board, and it just created a lot of problems. So he basically just kind of stepped down because they were like, it was just constant. Like parents were calling, and the kids would like put up the videos in class, and it was just kind of nepo baby, I guess. Maybe more like his dad had like a background in teaching, and he was good at teaching, is kind of what it sounded like. But yeah, the kids just like would like put up the videos and talk about it, and then they would show their parents like, "Look, this is my teacher." And then you see the teacher like, you know, "God damn it, man!" Like just fucking, "What the fuck is this role, bro? These fucking assholes in the enemy team are such shit." You know, whatever. He's like screaming, and they're like, that's concerning. Why is this guy teaching my kid, you know, history or English or whatever, you know?" So yeah, he just kind of, I think he was kind of over it and decided like, fuck it. Like it's causing problems for my family. It's causing problems for my job. And I think he no longer was teaching at that school, but I can imagine that would very much be how my teacher's a DTRP streamer. It would go back. My teacher was in Cow Chop, and he, I don't know, inhaled like plastic fumes or something and ate a Tide Pod. Before going to law school, I was a substitute teacher for middle school history. One kid would bring me silly string to school and shoot kids in the eyes with it, so they banned it. Nice, dude. I remember there's some kids that like use fart spray and stuff too in our school. Oh my god, bro. That fart spray stuff was fucking terrible, man. Parents love to project their ineptitude on teachers. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think teachers obviously get asked to like, you know, where it's like, because he's not like recording the videos at school, you know, he records the videos at his house, at the, you know, at the sanctity of his home, and he uploads it online. But then it's just like they're upset that there's no separate, you know what I'm saying? Like their kids are the ones watching these videos. It's not up to the teacher to stop the kids from watching his videos when they go home, right? So it's just, it's too much expectation on the teachers to be like, perfect, modern citizen, upstanding citizens, no problems, you know what I'm saying? Like they're people too at the end of the day. So just it's kind of tough being a teacher, man. I don't envy that at all, dude. It's like you do like the 9 to 5, but you also are up earlier, you stay later. It must suck, dude. You must really love the job, but I couldn't imagine like, yeah, dude. I would have to love teaching for me to do it, you know? Like I'd have to love sitting up there and being like, "All right, class, today we're talking about this," and then like can put up with kids being awful, because kids can be awful. You know, I was awful sometimes too as a student. So, anywho, so we got some clips as well mixed in here.
We're just gonna wait for the police. What happened? I don't know. I think you did some heroic justice.
You gotta help. Get help, Dad.
Hello, officer. This guy was trying to flee the scene, but we stopped him.
Bombed the food truck. I didn't do anything. I'm very confused
That guy
right
was
now.
trying to flee the scene with that guy, but...
He's involved. You know what? If you all are gonna just generalize this.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
You guys, I need pictures.
What? This is halfway through. Did you skip it on purpose?
Hello there. My name's Brandon and I make pictures out of Tiny Squares. And I hope everyone's been doing well. I took a bit of a break there through January, kind of focused
That was a
on
Joker moment.
projects that needed
Definitely
attention.
was a Joker moment.
But I'm back now, and I just wanted to ease back into video work with something that's kind of silly. So what I wanted to try today was making a sprite by slowly introducing one color at a time to it. And actually having the goal to be like reaching this point where it starts to go a little too far on purpose. A lot of times when making a sprite, you may have a set palette that you're working with and kind of using those colors all at once together. So I think it'll be fun to approach it from this workflow of painting in a single color at a time before moving on to the next. And just kind of seeing how each one changes the look. And then on top of that, maybe we'll find some sort of tipping point as far as the moment where it does.
By the way, Atonian Kyer writes things. Thank you guguys for the resubs. Appreciate it. Atoni with 95 months, bro. Jesus.
So as you can see, I'm making a Mario sprite for this exercise, and I'm just trying to make this goofy sort of running pose. I suppose taking a lot of inspiration from the
I'm
Super
old,
Nintendo
yeah.
sprite.
Yeah. So am I.
And that one, by the way, I think uses 13 colors total. So my goal is definitely going to be to push mine further than that. So the line work version, I'm just going to refer to as being the first color. I know technically a solid background kind of counts as a color, but I like to think of this just being like a line work sprite with transparency. So in terms of adding an actual intentional second color, I want to pick something that's representative. And I think a solid red would be a wise choice here, just as far as communicating probably the dominant color that we think of for Mario. Next, I'll add in a kind of beigey tone to use for skin and highlights. And this actually brings us into a similar color usage as the NES sprite. And then for the fourth color, it feels like a good opportunity to finally introduce the blue overalls.
Okay.
And then reassign the red into the shirt, and this will kind of establish, his typical appearance. From here, it's going to be kind of a grab bag of introducing new colors to give more depth into the costuming. So I've gone with a white to differentiate the gloves from the skin tone, and then added a brown into the shoes. For colors 7 and 8, I started to introduce shade tones that give the sprite some dimension. So the first one there is sort of this desaturated purple that works as a shade tone.
What is that? What is this message? I can't even... Oh, there we go. Hello, chat. Alex Mods and known infamous former Alex Chatter Durf. You're shouting Durf out as if... Okay, dude, this is some like level meta that I can't even begin to like really understand. Who is Durf? Yeah, so that's got to be Durf's alt account. You saying hi to Durf because he might be lurking is crazy. Durf alt spotted. I'm not caught up on the Alex Chatter lore. Because it changes, man. Because the lore changes. You'll never catch up on the lore because the lore is different every week, man. I don't know what the fucking lore is anymore. Even this, I'm looking at this and I don't understand what the lore here is. What the fuck? So every new Mario, he's adding a different color. Or adding another color, different color.
Tone for both the red and the blue areas. And then the second shade tone is kind of a pinkish hue for the skin. Now that I've got some momentum on this single color
deserves an
workflow,
unban.
what I did was to actually plan out the next 8 colors ahead of time. Starting with this bright yellow for the buttons, which I'm squeezing in right away now because I actually didn't think of doing it earlier during the first 8 colors. But most of these new colors are actually just lighter or darker versions of what's already on the sprite.
Misidentified
And
once
these will
because of my
basically
name.
just
Tactical,
expand
yeah.
the solid areas to
Yeah.
be more of a gradient approach of shades and highlights. There's a subtle hue shift in these tones too. So for instance, the red gets more orange as it gets lighter, and the blue gets more turquoisey as it gets lighter.
Does the sprite
And
become
both
more
of those go to the
complex
purple
over
on the
time?
darker end.
Does the sprite become like fully
Around
3D?
this time is where we're in that range of the Super Nintendo sprite, and we can definitely notice that similarity in the level of rendering. And honestly, this is quite a pleasing range to be in. I don't know if that means that it's all downhill from here. I'm going to try to keep things as aesthetically pleasing as I can going forward.
What? Do you remember the 25? Do you remember the 25-second Skype call on Game Dev Tycoon stream in 2015 when I had told you to become the president to make it law for each citizen to buy a copy of it? I really don't know what that game was, but I bought it afterwards anyways. Dude, that's chat lore? A 25-second Skype call on Game Dev Tycoon in 2015. Oh, yeah, so I mean, I'm 10 years ago, do I remember a 25-second Skype call? No, but you remember it, which is important. But also, you know, also, there's times when someone comes in here and is like, Alex, do you remember being in a group chat and back in 2008 and something we hung out in a group chat and I was sitting there like, first of all, I never had that app. And then it was a whole thing where Jake came in here because Jake was also in this group chat, question mark. Anyways, turns out it had to do with like other lore where somebody pretended to be me and talked to somebody like 10 years ago or something like that. Kind of catfish, but not really because they weren't trying to meet up. They were just trying to be like friends. So they like kind of pretend, because it was a whole thing because I was very quick to be like, wait a minute, because the point of it was that like I was with my friends and we were in a group chat with like younger people, was kind of like the insinuation. So I was very quickly to be like, I would recall if I was in a group chat with younger fans and we just talked, right, on an app that I never had. It was like a Facebook group or it was like Me Chat or I forget what the fuck it was called. It was Kick. It was like a Kick group. I was like, bro, I never had a Kick. Like, I always thought Kick was weird. I thought Kick is where people go to scam each other. So, I'm not surprised. But they brought up in this chat, and they were like, oh, my God, it was so cool talking to you years ago. And I was like, wait a minute. No, because we didn't talk years ago, did we? And we came to find out that it was like a whole thing where there was a mutual friend involved or something. And, oh, dude, it was very weird. It was actually very weird because that person that pretended to be us was also in a relationship with one of our mutual friends. You know what I mean? Like they kind of got into the group in some weird. I don't want to talk on it too much because I don't know all the details, but I remember it was very strange. It was very, very strange. So sometimes when people are like, "Remember Alex? Remember 10 years ago?" I have to be very quickly to be like, "Do I remember that?" Because could there have been a 25-second Skype call back in 2015 where I played Game Dev Tycoon? Probably. Like, I remember I tried to shut down Club Penguin and got a cease and desist from YouTube about that. So there was definitely some like wild community stuff that I was doing at that time, even though it's like not really that wild. But I'm sure I was like doing some viewer call-ins or something. It wasn't I was trying to shut it down, but I pretty much was trying to like get everybody to join a server at the same time, and it caused the server to go down for like 15 seconds. And I made a video out of it, and then little did I understand or realize that is a form of DDoS. That is not that's not acceptable. So I was like, oh shit. But 2014 played Spooky Craft. Yeah, I do remember Spooky Craft. I hooked up with at 19 with a 52-year-old from Kick. It was pretty great. What do you mean by that? That's what? What? That's what I'm saying. What? I hooked up with at 19. I hooked up with at 19 with a 52-year-old from Kick. It was pretty great. Yeah, if I this at 19, I met with a 52-year-old woman on Kick, and we hooked up. You know, we got the context now. I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Hey, you know, you do you. I mean, all right. Anyways, wait, dude. You do you. I guess, homie. You didn't hook up. You got groomed. Chat. That's not funny. First of all, that's fucking crazy, bro. I don't want to. I have more questions. But I don't want the answers. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I have more questions for that. But I don't. I'm not gonna ask it. First of all, not my place. Second of all, yeah, that sounds like a Kick story. I don't think I've ever heard like yo, dude, Kick was great. So many awesome things were happening on Kick. Because every time I read something about Kick, it was like this person was scammed out of money, or this person was catfished, or whatever it was. So I was very much like, I don't think I need a Kick. I mean, I still have questions, and that was... You still have questions, and that was 11 years ago? How the fuck did we go from Mario to this? You know what? You're right, Ken. Let's go back to Mario.
Forward, but we'll see.
So
that brings us to the next 8 colors, which for me was where I could feel the ideas for genuine improvements start to dwindle away. Certainly, we could keep subdividing the red and blue gradients into even finer increments, but I was trying to instead find colors that would serve more of a purpose than that. So what you'll notice is that most of these new additions are actually on the darker side, and the reason for this is that they're going to be outline colors. So rather than just using black line work throughout the sprite, we can introduce a bunch of new colors that give a bit of tone to the outline depending on which area of the sprite it is. So the blue overalls, for instance, have kind of a deep blue
What is
tone
this?
for the
Trails. What? Are you trying to meta what videos you're putting up? I need to spread them out so it's not off-putting, but instead is a constant presence in the subconscious. This is the kind of shit that Trails posts that I fucking have to... Like, I read this, and I'm like, this is... Like, the Q meta is what we're discussing. Trails Gaming. Trails is out here... And not only, I mean, Trails could have kept this information to themselves. Trails could have been like, I'm doing this, like, internally. But then Trails is also, like, I don't know if it's, like, Giga Chad, that Trails is outlining the meta so others understand. Just to clarify, everybody, what I'm doing here is trying to spread out the video links so it's not back-to-back, but there was a presence in the subconscious that I am actively putting these videos up. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Outline now.
It's not that deep. Guys, just put up a video. Like, I'm just here to watch some videos. You know, what are the kids watching nowadays? What are the millennials watching? What are the boomers watching? I don't care, whatever. Just what are people watching nowadays? I want to see what's going on. Put them up, right? That's the cue. You have to min-max the cue.
Areas with the skin and the shirt have a deeper red tone and so on.
I put up a Superman Batman video.
I wanted to try some colors,
and I got timed out. I don't know why that got timed
actually
out.
represented yet.
Why did that get timed out?
No good reason to be there. So I've given myself these couple of green tones, and I'm just trying to sneak those into the sprite, mostly to see what happens.
What?
And kind of by accident, actually,
You banned the term?
ended up liking the way that olive green
Why'd I
looks
ban
as a highlight in
Batman?
the brown areas of the hair. Like it's giving some kind of interesting lighting effect or something. Along those same lines,
What was
the final
Batman
two
banned?
colors are these like ambient highlights of pink and teal. You know, I thought they could be this like
Because
final
Jerry?
edition
No, it
using
wasn't.
some
It wasn't because of
crazy color
Jerry.
rim lighting just to do something different. Maybe it's kind of like a Rainbow Road vibrancy or something. I'm not sure. Either way, I think this probably feels like a good spot to call a somewhat official endpoint, where a lot of the color decisions at least still have some intention
Lost
to them.
lore.
So let's go ahead and review the build up
Lost
to
lore.
this, and I'll come back and then we can explore a few other.
Bro, there's got to be lost lore at this point.
All right, so I did some slight touching up, but still sticking within that set of 24 colors.
Okay.
This is definitely a bit over-rendered compared to what I'd normally do, but I think it's actually in a pretty cool spot here. It does feel like we started to hit diminishing returns on that final stretch, though. Like on a quick glance, it does take a bit to even notice what's different along that bottom row, you know, aside from probably the bright rim lighting on the final ones. So I think for me, my favorite look is probably somewhere in this middle third. Like maybe anywhere from about 10 to 13 was a pretty nice spot. But that's not really like any kind of universal truth about sprite design. It's just a personal preference for this one in particular, I guess.
It's like
I don't want to
oversaturated.
leave you hanging on what would happen if we push this further, though. So I explored another one with 32 colors. And I've done that by introducing more in-between tones that kind of blend clusters together. And here we can especially see the diminishing returns at play, where the rendering is just becoming softer and potentially just getting muddied for the sake of it. On the extreme end of things, I don't really know what we could do, like short of making each individual pixel a distinguishable color. But at that point, it just kind of looks like Mario ate too many mushrooms and then jump stomped a JPEG or something. So instead of trying to go higher in color count, I actually got the idea to see what happens if we take the final result lower. In Photoshop, we can quickly reduce the color count of an image by going up to Image, Mode, and selecting Indexed Color.
Do YouTube
So we
shorts
can see
work
here
for
there's
media share? I'm
currently
not sure.
25 colors. That's the 24 of the sprite plus one more for transparency. And if we change the palette mode to one of these local ones here,
What's up, Casey?
that'll let us change the actual number of outputted colors.
What
So
are
you
we
can see
even
when we
watching?
lower the
No way
color
real
count here,
people
the
watch
sprite
this.
only shows
Why would people? What do you mean? No way real people watch this? It's art. What do you mean? Like, it's interesting if you're taking an art course. It's pretty interesting that this is like color theory stuff and like sprite design. No real person would watch this. There's no way. Out of all the things that we normally watch in here, because we watch some fucking weird shit, this is like on the spectrum of weird to normal. This is very far on the normal spectrum compared to some of the things that were linked in here that I've had the pleasure of watching as a result of the media stream. On the spectrum, yes, it's like a spectrum from A to Z. What are you questioning the word on the spectrum now? Bro, Alex used to do weird stuff to this shit and nothing compared. That's what I'm saying. This is like pretty tame. This is like, hey, this is some cool art theory here. I'm on the spectrum. Okay, well, okay, on a scale. How about that? Can I use the word scale? On a scale of what's weird to not weird. This is on the. I'm joking, dude. I can't do this today, man. I mean, to be fair, I am on the spectrum. Okay, I'm not going to use the term spectrum anymore, okay? I didn't realize that when I said spectrum, okay, that people on the spectrum. I understand there's people on the spectrum. I wasn't using the term spectrum. Now you're calling us fat. First time message. All right, let's move on, dude.
Later.
Okay, all right. Do you have a motorcycle license, Greco, or?
Yeah, I don't know, probably.
Honestly, just
What are you in your MC then?
I've seen this one.
What am I?
Angel Run.
I am the president.
Angels of North.
Angels of Death, dude.
Angel of
Angel of
Death.
Death.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's AON.
Is that death like, dying or death like non-hearing?
Like, I murder someone. Death.
You murdered someone.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't yet,
Write
you know,
that down,
hypothetically.
buddy. Write that down.
But, yeah, write that down.
Write that down.
Write that down right now. Write that down. Write that down. I murder people.
Yeah, write it down.
I mean, I used to be a serial killer. Just a heads up on that. I murdered
Write
like
that
6,
down.
7 people.
Write that
Write that
down.
down too. Write that down. Yes, write that down.
I'm writing it down, but your name?
My name. You know my name. You already know my name.
No, who got mad?
Names of who you murdered.
Oh, that was a long time ago. I
Most,
don't remember their name.
Most sane, honest conversation.
Back off! Simple as that!
What? Chat, is this real?
He's the one.
What?
I've never seen this in my life. Need gunships on station ASAP. Predator ETA 2 minutes.
What is that?
What?
We need air support and we need...
Dude, how is it still going?
Stolen strike package Bravo on unknown target. I authenticate Tango Whiskey in time 0300 Zulu.
Like there's more?
Weapons, I just get a call from Falcon Ops. Who's closer to Killbox 1 Alpha? Send the Hawks, sir. Okay, send the Hawks over to Killbox 1 Alpha. It's a danger closer than 300 feet. Killbox 1 Alpha, 300 feet, danger close. Friendly's in the area. Maverick to range control.
Is it Maverick? Dude, how are we only halfway done, bro? What? Bro.
Away.
Look, let's just bug out and call it even.
I don't remember that from the show.
Oh my god. Accept my damn video call, you dumb bitch.
Video cat? Oh! Hi, sir.
Can you hear me, Harold?
Hello.
I'm on a cruise, Harold.
Wow.
Yeah.
What you doing on a cruise? We can afford a cruise?
I'm just relaxing out here, you know.
Wow, you
On my
deserve
boat.
it. You deserve
What?
it, Chef.
I don't know what you're saying, Harold. You goddamn reception up in Grapeseed in the pilot.
I'm afraid your journey ends here, traveler.
Video call feature is really good.
I'll be taking whatever you're carrying. After you're dead, of course. I do hope it's more than the last few had. They were most disappointing.
You've done well. The Gold Road should be a little safer for now. You should return to Anvil and let Carahill know the work is complete.
Was this
We'll
just a
remain
playthrough?
here and clean things up. Goodbye.
I'm just warming up. You die! Show me what you got. You dare oppose the might of the Imperial Legion?
What's the matter, getting tired?
I don't think the road's that safe. Oh.
There's no problem, is there?
I guess not.
It's so sad Steve Jobs died of like
Who the hell is Steve Jobs?
Dude.
Today we're going to be looking at my Elden Ring sketchbook / journal / playthrough thing. 600 pages. I did some gold leafing on the cover. Yeah, this thing's massive. So let's just get into it. This first page is a placeholder for a piece that I'm going to do. I really like this piece by a guy named Tetsuya, or someone named Tetsuya did this. I just kind of copied it and put it on here, sort of just in the interim before I come up with something for this. But I'm gonna go with something with this vibe. And then here it says, I shall tell thee of Artie the Maidenless. Historians from the lands between will say that I am a liar, but history is written by those who have hung tarnished. Braveheart prologue, basically. And then here I have the Confessor, which is the class I started with.
Oh my god,
it was a big mistake for me. I didn't really jive with him, but I ended up
True.
switching to Samurai.
No, I
later
feel that. I feel
at
that.
some point.
I had Confessor cringe, and he at the end turned into a brute force killing machine and no longer a Confessor.
With, sepia toned everything. Here I was.
You turned
I
into
got jumped
max
by
strength
the
bleed
Rapid
build.
Scion, which I have no
Record
idea-
entire
I have
playthrough?
no
Yeah, this is
idea
insane.
What was going on with him, like anatomically, so I just drew him like this. And yeah, I obviously
The Holy
died
Smasher.
later.
Oh.
And then I ended up somewhere in the depths of somewhere, and Torrent started sniffing me, and that's when he
What's
was
the
like, "I
other
like this
writing?
guy.
Did he explain that?
This tarnish will do."
Oh, it's like a text, right? Like a
here's the
font?
Soldier of God.
Sites of Lost
Rick.
Grace? Okay.
He was super easy, but you know, he's kind of like a meme now, I guess. Oh, then I get to Limgrave, right? And right away, like,
dude,
the creators of
did
this
this-
game tell you that you should get a girlfriend,
right?
Which, you know, he said I was maidenless or whatever, and he wasn't wrong, but still kind of.
Did he stop and sketch like everything?
No, that's not how you start off.
No
making
shot,
friends,
right?
You know, and then here's when I met.
Maybe he colored it
Kale.
later. Maybe he sketched it
At
and
the
then
Church of
colored it
Kale.
later. But this is like very.
I ended up calling this guy Kmart because he's got like Kmart colors. And
This is
he
part
sells
one?
stuff, so I was like, hey, what's up, Kmart? And I think I bought some stuff from him, or tried to. Yeah, I forget. I think I bought a torch.
It's like a diary, yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
At the Gatefront Ruins, there was this whetstone knife that I wanted to get, so I went there. I didn't fight anybody because I'm a coward, and everything was scary to me in the beginning. So
Really?
I just like.
The beginning mobs are the
weaseled
ones
my
you
way
fight for
to
the
there
souls,
and
though.
got, the whetstone knife, and then eventually at the site of Grace by there, I met Melina.
He saved his
And straight
game
up
IRL.
Was an anime character, just out of nowhere, just showed up, and she decided she wanted to be my maiden. So I was like, hey, okay, you know, might as well just go with it. I'm not gonna.
I wonder if he did he play any other Souls games before this? Oh, this is dope.
I decided to do like a page for the catacombs here, because I didn't know what these things were for a while until I figured out what they were. And I guess
Anime
they
character, yeah,
repeat
like
the
they just kind of
catacombs.
came out of
This guy's
nowhere.
name is Roses. He's the
Like
usher
almost
of
Ex
death.
Machina fashion.
But he's not like a real person in the game. He's
This
just
was
kinda
Elden
like
Ring,
an
not
effigy of
Souls.
some kind. And then
Still
these
Souls
camp
like.
guys were
Still Souls game.
responsible for a lot of my deaths in the beginning. They killed me a lot in the beginning, so
What the fuck even is
I
that?
drew them.
What are those things?
I mean, I like drawing them. They're fun to draw, but they're a-holes. And then there's the True Sentinel, which I passed by him, right? And like, I didn't even give him the chance to kill me. I was like, you're not even gonna try to kill me, because I'm not gonna be anywhere near you for a while. So I just kind of said hi, and then I passed by, and I drew one of the ancient dragons here later. Kind of just.
You didn't grab the Golden Herald? That's your bis as a
dragons,
confessor.
And that they like look up to them to gain power and all that stuff.
Unironically,
They have the dragon.
it's a little too
influence.
early. The Golden Herald was great and
In
terrible
the
for that
Groveside
reason.
Cave, I realized that you need a lantern. Guess it was really dark in there or something. And
that's cool.
Beastman of Farum Azula killed
Yeah.
me so many times. Like, I spent so much time trying to kill this guy.
Me too. Took a while.
Eventually, I did kill him.
It's a weird
And-
attack
oh,
pattern.
yeah, and this little map layout is by a guy named Ian OD, and I use a bunch of his layouts. I kind of modified them a little bit and added color.
It's
and
like
stuff,
isometric,
but
kind
For
of,
the most part, I referenced
a little
his map layouts. Whenever you see a layout like that, it's probably because.
Dude, this is crazy. I think people think about doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, it's 46 minutes. I'll probably skip around. People definitely think about doing this, but imagine actually doing it. Like, you sit down. He must, because there's no way he sat down. Maybe he recorded it and then went back and sketched. Like, I don't know. What's the order? Like, do you sit down? Oh, I came across this mob, sketch it, and then, like, go back to playing? Or how was it done? Take a picture? I guess, yeah. You create a timeline first, right? You have to create a timeline. Looks like sketches and then refinement. Yeah, you must have done the colors later, I would imagine, right? You do the rough sketches first. But what impresses me the most, having some art background, I'm not an artist or anything, but it's the layouts that's impressive to me. Like, it's one thing to just sketch and just be like, whatever. But to each page has a layout is what's really impressive to me. Like, it's almost like very well thought out, each one. Like the letter, like where the letters are, where like the symbols are, you know. Because I think he probably drew this first and he drew the wolves afterwards, but then that looks like it wasn't sketched, looks like it was painted, I assume. So there must have been some just general idea of how pages would look like, but that's very impressive too. That's crazy, man. I don't know. This is very crazed lunatic. I keep calling it crazy, but because of how insane this is to do. But you literally title it "Crazed Lunatic Illustrates Entire Elden Ring Playthrough Through 600-Page Sketchbook Part 1" is fucking insane, dude. Like, that's... I mean, that's art, though, man. That's actually art. He's got, like, little letters in here, so you can't see it, but, like, up here... It's like HP, drops, runes, parry, yeah. Bro. Oh my gosh, man. Because an artist watercolor says, fuck you to not bleeding through pages. Yeah. I mean, that's so impressive. Who's Perry?
She's talking about, like, Torrent.
Ooh,
like,
Rena.
Torrent knows me.
I love
or
Rena.
I know Torrent. And
What kind of?
like, was weird because I, like, does Torrent talk? Or who is Torrent exactly then?
Who is
Does
Torrent?
know something about me? Like, what is the deal with that horse? The yak thing. It's not like a horse. It's like a Shetland pony combined with like a horse and a deer, maybe. It's like a really weird combination. But anyways, Rena gives me these ashes, which I think are pretty cool.
The wolf summon?
I like wolves, so I was pretty happy with that. And then this guy was pretty cool. His name's Yura. He was hanging out under some bridge thing.
Yeah.
Or a piece of ruin, and he warns me about Agiel. The
Gives you a
dragon.
disgusting weapon. Absolutely broken weapon.
But I totally just went over there anyway. And there were giant bats.
Happy birthday, Artyo. Happy
Reminded
birthday.
me of the primal bats from Gendy Tartakovsky's Primal, and I like drawing them, so I drew them like that instead. And also, I was not sure about what Dragon Agiel's face is supposed to look like what the structure of his face. So I did these little, I do these a lot in here. I
Wait,
did
that's
little
so
studies
cool.
Like this.
This like dragon pose.
And then since I'm the type of person that will rune farm for a little bit.
No, dude, not the rune farming, man. Not rune farmers, bro. Oh. I remember that stream. Do you? Where we fought the crabs, just sitting there farming for hours. Did we actually do that? Wait, what did I rune farm? Wait, what the hell did I actually rune farm? I don't even remember that. Maybe I was drop farming? I was farming I may have been drop farming like a specific weapon, I think, from the like the fucking blighted swamps or some shit. I think I was trying to get like a faith weapon to drop, but it had like a low drop chance. See, Elden Ring, I always think about that guy that propped in a chat who was Bowmain, and I hope he's doing all right. The Elden Ring streams like did something to me mentally, dude. The Elden Ring streams, okay, like besides the Melania memes where I was like, obviously I was fighting Melania for a bit, but the Faith Scythe from the Clean Rot Swamp and Kayla, thank you, Slack. There you go. Bro, it did something to me financially. Yeah, I remember you gifted a lot of subs during that as well. The fucking I had the most unhinged chatters that would come in. Dude, dude, oh my god, man. They were bugging me. Like I remember the one that stood out to me specifically, and it wasn't even like the use this weapon. It was the chatter that was like they said they gave me like this breakdown of a build, and it was like some shield build or some shit. It was like they were just like, you should run this, and I like looked it up. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, okay, I guess like it's not really how I want to. And then, bro, they were like, yeah, but I don't know. I haven't played this game yet, and I was like, wait, like so what? So why are you telling me this? Like, well, I mean, just because I didn't play the game doesn't mean I didn't do my research. And I was sitting here like baffled, dude. I was like, I can't believe I'm arguing with this person that doesn't have the game. They're arguing with me about a build. They haven't played the game, but they're telling me that this is the build I need to run. And then it's not like I'm clowning on them for not having a game, because not everybody like can afford the games. It is what it is. But it's about here's how you should play this game that I haven't played, I never owned. But I did some light research. And it was probably an extra life and some shit too. After the streams, we had like 6,000 people coming here and telling you what to do and watch you have a mental breakdown. I'm telling you, the Melania portion of it, because they come in, why doesn't he summon? No summon? Does he not have the summon? Doesn't this guy know he can summon? I'm sitting there, guys, I'm not summoning. Oh, dude, you should get the bleed katana. That will help you with this fight. Dude, you should get the mimic. Oh, it was the other one. Get the mimic tier. Bro, I have a good idea. Get the mimic tier. I'm like, guys, I have the fucking mimic tier. I'm doing no mimic. I'm doing no summons. Okay, I'm just in it, man. Bro, you gotta get the mimic tier. Make this fight 10 times easier. I know, dude. I'm not doing a mimic run. This is a summonless, mimic tierless run. Bro, did you use summons? Every time. Every boss fight. Oh my god, bro. More backseat chatters in those streams than those no pixel ones. Honestly, yeah, because with the RP streams, when you get hoppers, but with the Souls games, they're just there. They wait and they're like, bro, I got a good build for you, man. I got a good build for you. I just looked up. Which, to be fair, I'm a little disappointed because I ended up switching builds a bit, because Faith Strength just was shit. Like, you had the golden halberd, and that's it. I tried all these other Faith combos, just wasn't working. And so I eventually went like the bleed strength swords build, and I was okay with that. I didn't go the full Dex Katana, Moonveil, which, to be fair, I probably would have had more fun with Moonveil Katana. That thing looked really cool, but anyways. But yeah, strength was just not, it was just too slow for how quick some of the boss fights were.
The lore doesn't add up with these guys, but yeah, here I drew what it looks like on a normal person.
The pumpkin head.
Man, I was up in Stormhill Shack where I met this chick, but she didn't tell me her name in the beginning, so I had to figure out her name later was Roderica. But she's got like the most messed up story questline thing going on. At that point, she was telling me about how she had this entourage of people that were headed off to Stormveil Castle to get grafted. Like, they wanted to get grafted by Godric. And I was like, why would you guys do that? And so I guess she got exiled from her land.
It's from Soft. Everyone's story's messed up. True.
Royalty, I guess, 'cause she has
very true.
A red coat that they gave her to make her feel better about being exiled, which is pretty messed up. And then she's like, I'm a craven. She gives me a jellyfish, like she calls it the little one, and she just hands it over to me and is like, hey, you take care of this thing, I suck at life. And then there was also this old lady who had like She has 3 hands, but one of them is her foot. So I was really confused at first when I was drawing her. I was like, wait, is that her foot or her hand? But I don't know. She's just weird looking. They got no eyes. They're like these hollow sockets that just look into you. And I guess they can read your fingers because they're obsessed with your fingers for some reason. And then I drew this little scarab to kind of, I don't know, just commemorate finding one of those. And then Alberic is the guy that invades the Round Table Hold. Here's where I.
It's a lot of research that went into this too.
Church, and then behind the church is like this portal that leads you to Caelid, but I didn't go in it because I knew what it was, and I didn't want to go to Caelid yet. And you get some cool stuff at the church.
Wow.
My boy Alexander the Pot. So this guy, he asks you to like smack him real hard, and he pops out of the ground, which is kind of ridiculous because like
it'd be funny. I was reading Invader. It'd be funny if you had like the non-NPC invaders, like this guy.
Not like smacked.
You know,
it was weird.
Beelzebub 13 invaded me, and I drew him.
Exalted Flesh, which I don't remember what it does. I think it's like boost something. He has this cool wax seal on him, just like Erdtree.
Well, let me draw you. Yeah, stand still, bro, before you kill me.
Here is where I got invaded by, I think, is it Bloody Finger Nereus? But I like to call him Nereus. He looks like an 80s comic book villain. And then Yura hooked me up with he came in clutch here. He took him out for me basically.
Nice.
'Cause I couldn't kill him on my own. I think he killed me a few times before I summoned him. And
Got some good weapons as well.
The Reduvia dagger if you kill him. And close by is the Murkwater Cave and the catacombs. So
not Patches.
I went to go talk to Patches. At the end of the cave, he thinks you're stealing his stuff in his chest. So he comes at you all wrong, and you know I kind of was like, look, Patches, I'm not here to cause trouble, so I didn't kill him, even though you can technically kill him here, I guess, or something. And Patches is something that I didn't know was a FromSoft like staple.
Okay,
I guess
so that's what I was wondering. I was like, it sounds to me like he's just kind of going into this very like fresh in Souls lore, because of the way he's sort of describing things. Like he's like, I didn't want to fight the guys at the beginning; they were a little scary. But in my mind, I'm like, no, you kill him for the souls, right? Like you got to kill him. You got to level up, otherwise you're gonna get fall. You know. So now I'm hearing this, and he's like, he doesn't know about Patches because he's new. It makes sense. Kind of checks out. It's a very fresh perspective on the Souls games.
There's FromSoft games in various different incarnations, which I think is pretty awesome. But I didn't know that for the longest time. And then at the end of the catacomb area, there's this duelist, which has these dual hammers. So that's why they call him duelist, I guess. And he's like another ex-gladiator from the Colosseums. And they have these snakes wrapped around their arms, which I guess is because the snakes are in opposition to the Erdtree. So whenever they were fighting in the Colosseums, they wanted to see the snakes get bashed up along with them. And so that kind of was interesting. And then here's where I was. Oh yeah, so I ran into the tree that is technically Bach in disguise, and you know, I go through his whole quest line where you have to retrieve his needle from the coastal cave. Bach was awesome, but like he's basically Dobby from Harry Potter. Like, yes, Master, ooh, Master Dobby, whatever. He's very Dobby-like, which is cool, but I like it. It's just a little too much on the nose. And then in the back of the cave, you can get to the Church of Dragon Communion, and so you go into the cave and then you end up in this island, and there's the entrance, and then you come out, and up here is this dragon guy, and you can offer up a dragon heart. And there's also a lot of demi-humans in this area. Demi-humans are basically just like half human, half some other feral creatures. I do come back one more time, I think.
600 pages is crazy.
I had some trauma from the first Scion that I encountered, so I avoided this guy like the plague. Like I just went around him. I didn't even engage with him, even though I probably could have killed him easily. At this point, there was banished knights everywhere, and then one of these guys was in the courtyard, and he had these horns that had been cut off or something. Like, you accept your fate, and you kind of just hang out and
Caleb,
for a little while.
Caleb, like
There's these kindred of rot that just like spew these little homing missile things. Like, they're like you to like take them out, or what you were supposed to, why they were around. Later on, I found.
I think I farmed some of the Mausoleum Knight sets too. I like the armor.
Hidden bash off.
Armor was
So
cool.
you can get access to the top, but I didn't know that. Go get that from him.
Wait, you didn't know what?
And then
What?
I cleared the area, but you have to hit hidden bash off, so you can get access to the top, but I didn't know that.
Oh no.
There's also another Miranda sprout that I came across that was bigger than the last one. And these Mausoleum Knights are there to protect the big mausoleum. And I created a symbol for them, because I don't think they have one, but they're basically chimeras, so they have like tails and horns and stuff and feathers. Dragon's neck, and he reanimates it with the power of grafting, I guess. Turns it into a flamethrower and uses it to...
No shot. So he
incinerate it.
just got to Godric in this one? Oh my god, dude.
Which, I mean, is cool, but like, how does that even work? I don't know. Doesn't get explained really. And he is a descendant of Godfrey, the first
Bro.
Lord, so drew the Lion Sigil or whatever, Beast Sigil.
It's like 45 minutes,
he
and this is
dropped
the Godric
Godric,
section.
so he's like the first official real boss that you fight. And there's my jellyfish. 'cause
This is
he
part
was
one
kinda
of
flesh.
Limgrave. Yeah, I did realize that.
I was a
Part
little
one
overleveled
Limgrave.
for him, though,
Yeah.
So he wasn't that bad. And Nephililu also can help you. Gastok here, I saw him curb stomping his corpse, which his corpse turns into just like a torso, which is kind of weird. Like, what happened to all his limbs? I guess they were all magic or something. Like, that doesn't really get explained that well. And then he also has a Grace Mimic that he can give you. So you shouldn't kill him. He does give you stuff. And then here I was looking at the Shabriri grave that I found on some corpse or something. And so Sir Gideon is Nefeli's father, adopted father. And then here I noticed that if you flip over his helmet, it turns into like a little thing here, which kind of makes him a dickhead, I guess.
Nice, dude.
And then he's also got
Nice.
ears all over his helmet, which is pretty cool. I mean, he's kind of still lame, but he's got eyes and ears, so he's always like, he's the eyes and ears of the place, you know? Thought that was an awesome design. And then the Colosseum, that was one of the last things that I checked out, but there's not really anything to do there.
It's like PvP area.
This is a big Colosseum, but you can't go in it or anything. In the beginning there wasn't. I guess there's DLC now, but
No, there was stuff at the Coliseum. I remember people PvP'd around the Coliseum. Maybe you didn't have that or something. Maybe played offline, which would make a lot of sense too.
you don't fight all the other bosses, you can get invaded by a guy named Henricus, but I did not get invaded because I had already beaten everybody.
Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, I think I fought this guy too specifically.
I just drew this after the fact, and then
Yep, for the Hammer Talisman, because the Hammer Talisman gave you like weight reduction or something. It was good for strength builds.
he drops that talisman. The gladiators, I guess the duelists and the pumpkinheads, I made the connection with the Colosseum. I was like, okay, these guys used to be part of that. And then there was also this symbol of the eyes and ears on this guy. So it was like he might be Gideon's buddy pal. And then the snakes, that's when I made connection to the gladiators.
I wonder if he's watched
And
any
then
lore
the scarab
videos.
also has eye pattern, eye symbol thing. Might be Gideon's little minions. And then here, I realized there's a lot of flora and fauna I didn't draw. So here's the spring here.
Drew the
And
flora
that
and
thing
fauna,
is like a
bro.
Pokemon.
Oh
But I
my
guess it's
god.
based off of a real spring hair that exists in Africa or something. So that's not really.
That's crazy.
But this Guillemot.
I didn't even notice that much like
Basically straight up a penguin, like penguin and a
wildlife. Now that I
pigeon
think
maybe
about it.
combined. And then there's owls too that I barely noticed. And then these guys are pretty annoying.
I didn't really look around that much, man.
The Kaiden sellswords were not that big a
Like
deal
at the
to fight
birds or
from.
the animals.
Yeah, they were pretty simple enemies, just kind of annoying to find them. But yeah, I gave them a little.
They usually run away from you. That makes sense.
I went into what they
Like in Monster Hunter, I noticed them a lot. You know, they're kind of everywhere.
I was looking at the round table from the top view. Like, it looks like a shattered eye. and it kind of makes sense when you realize what the round table hold is. Like, it's pretty much a projection. It's not like the real hold. The real hold you find later on in Leyndell. But here, I was like looking at it, like, what the heck is going on with this place? Because there's like these two fingers that are like this, but it looks like a rabbit, like a sad rabbit doll or something. And
See that?
it's got like all this fleshy stuff coming off of it, and it's just got hairs. And then there's Enya, who says she can read the fingers, and I'm like, do you really though? Like, what do you? How do you interpret them? Like, you're blind. Like, what do you know? But yeah, that's what their thing is. Here I was drawing Torrent, and yeah, here I was trying to actually figure out how to actually draw them, like the actual Torrent, because my Torrent was always just a horse with horns. So I was like, there's certain features, like it looks more like a Shetland pony, like I said, and it's got like certain yak.
What really cool is if like Torrent changed based on like the story decisions you made, you know, like if you killed certain NPCs or if you did certain quests, that'd be cool if like Torrent could, I don't know, become more like evil adjacent or more neutral. You know what I mean? Look at the colors. Yeah, the colors are he did a really good job on the colors.
Yeah, try to figure out what that was all about. And then this is the last page for Limgrave.
Does he have like a professional background in like design or something? Like it's almost like he could work on like one of those encyclopedia books on a video game, or I don't know. It's laid out very much like books you buy for lore purposes. You know what I mean? Like a storybook.
I went back to where the Lion Guardian, the Elden Lion is, Elder Lion, and they're guarding the pathway to the Divine Tower. So
yeah,
made my way through after fighting a bunch of these guys on the bridge, and I make my way up and restore Godric's Great Rune. And there's some dead fingers, I guess, up there, and yeah, everything just looks really weird up there. But yeah, that's where I ended it. And after that, I head over to Liurnia of the Lakes, but that's going to be its own separate video. So if you're into this, if you want to see more, subscribe, stay tuned, and hopefully I can bust it out by the end of next month, hopefully.
I can't imagine how long this must have taken, bro. Oh my god. This playthrough alone must have taken forever, man. Weeks. I'd probably say a few months, for sure. Because he's not doing this all day, every day. You know, must be doing this as like a hobby, and in which case that takes forever. 4 months. That's crazy, dude. That is crazy. Wow. Anyways, but that was by Trainer Red. Oh no, that was submitted by. Sorry, it's Artist Artifacts. My bad. Train submitted it, but yeah, Artist Artifacts. Pretty crazy, bro. Yeah, I mean, enjoyed it though. Seems like they really enjoyed it.
Just Alex fucking avoiding roleplay with me again, deliberately. Only me. Deliberately avoiding RP with me again. Here we go.
Dude.
I bet you he's gonna stay unconscious as soon as I get there. He's gonna fall unconscious because he's avoiding RP with me.
I'm telling you, something about like these VTubers like making up propaganda as they go. I talked to Momo about this, by the way.
Street here, and welcome to the
Just
EA Sports College Football.
What is this? Is this an ad? What is happening?
Deep dive. We designed College Football 25 with a philosophy that every team is somebody's favorite. So to
Mantis?
create a truly authentic and immersive game day experience, we gave a little
wouldn't be
love
surprised.
to every single school in the game.
Who gives a hoot? The Owls do. It's a touchdown.
Let's take a closer look. It was a massive undertaking to research and recreate unique team traditions. And in EA Sports College Football 25, you'll get to experience all kinds of iconic pageantry, from stadium environments to turnover celebrations to mascots. Finer details like crowd theming,
Howard's
touchdown
wrong.
traditions, and rivalry content truly help set the game day atmosphere. Players on some teams touch a sign for good luck on their way to the field. Cheerleaders and marching bands create human tunnels in classic formations during team intros, and pyrotechnics light up stadiums. We've got mascots on push-up boards, riding motorcycles, planting flags, and animals charging down the field. Ultimately, we know that each team comes in a different shape and size, and in EA Sports College Football 25, you can experience them all. Aside from
That's
the
pretty dope.
action on the field, we all know what truly makes college football so electrifying: the fans. In order to recreate the intensity and authenticity of a college football crowd, we partnered with ESPN to capture crowd reaction audio from some of their biggest broadcast games.
They got Mo Bamba in
For
here.
some matchups, you'll be greeted by a colorful crowd theme painting the seats. Whether it's a whiteout, a blackout, or a stripe the stadium theme, it's all in the game. Unique fan sections will be leading cheers with painted chests, team-specific hand signs, dynamic wardrobes that change based on the conditions, and custom chants.
That's a wrap. Kirk and I did some joint recordings. It is an incredibly detailed process.
He wasn't kidding. We spent hundreds of hours laying down commentary for every game scenario you can imagine.
It's a pick two to win the game in overtime.
The broadcast team also includes Jesse
I was wondering
Palmer,
about that.
David Pollack, and Reese Davis. To make it game day every day this season, pre-order the MVP bundle.
Is it like, oh Jesus Christ? Because like if you score a touchdown, like how many touchdowns they have like recorded? You know what I mean? Like touchdown, you know, and then it's like if you just do, are you gonna hear like repeats? Alex pre-order it. I wonder how AI would change stuff like that. Why did it take EA 20 years to do this though? It's probably a different studio. Probably a studio that actually cares. LOL. Though, what was I gonna say? Pre-order early, you'll get 4,600 college football points, or 4,600 Madden points with the 25 Deluxe Edition. That crowd's FX is kind of wild. Yeah, it's a lot of neat touches. As far as AI, like, I don't think AI is like avoidable, right? At the end of the day, I'm wondering how much like it could impact. I don't know. I was watching some tech demo of like how much AI can like build like world build and stuff, and that stuff is crazy, bro. I think if you, because like the way that I use AI, especially nowadays, is like in tandem, right? Like I don't think you should rely on AI completely, but if it's like world building or like helping fill like the tedious pockets of things up, I think that's probably a good use of it. But I do feel like AI is probably going to change a lot of industries, you know, getting things done faster than like a human could do it. President for VA is licensing their voice for AI work. Yeah, why not? Like, if I don't have to work and I could get paid for my AI voice, do you know how much like effort I could save? Like, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you could do with it. But I watched some like demonstration where they were using AI to like build out a forest or something, and the AI was just changing it, and such a cold take. I guess, yeah, it wasn't really meant to be a hot take. I suppose. I think in the right settings, like AI is obviously very helpful, but it's already like kind of like cat's out of the bag with it, where people are using it for nefarious things like the art industry where it's just gross. But then there's other things like in your day-to-day, like if I could have AI like help order things around for me, or like if you know if I did edit a video where some of the tedious stuff I could cut out and do, I think I would definitely utilize it. I don't see why not. And then just go back and correct it when it's like done wrong. Also, in some ways, I feel like the term AI is getting like it's over. It's like overqualified. Like, what AI actually is versus what it does. Like, like you could call it like assisted tool with like knowledge building, but another case is like it's just a Google search that Googles things for you very quickly. You know what I mean? So, and then takes all the searches and condenses them down into a format that you can like process fast. I think that's not really AI, I guess in some ways. It's very weird. Anywho.
Edge. Have you ever been on an edging streak? Edge. Do they keep you in a state of edging? Edge. When you're not performing your edging, do they make you goon? Edge. Riz. What's it like to hold the yacht of someone you love? Riz. Do they teach you how to feel? Sigma to Sigma. Riz. Do you long for having your heart rizzed? Riz. Do you dream about being rizzed? Baby Gronk rizzed up Libby Dunn. Riz. Do you feel that there's a part of you that's skibbity? Riz. Skibbity Edge Riz. Skibbity Edge Riz. Why don't you say that 3 times? Skibbity Edge Riz. Skibbity Edge Riz. Skibbity Edge Riz. Skibbity Edge Riz.
Dude. Yeah, man.
Very stinky. I love you so much, Haley.
Oh, you can see the car coming. Oh. My God.
The Japanese Stationery Award for 2024 just came out, and here are the top 4 nominated products. The Design Award was given to the Unibo 1P pens for their adorable form, smooth writing experience, and colors that represent different foods like grapes, oranges, and bananas. 4 new variations were just added to the collection, with 2 of them featuring rose gold metal clips. The Functionality Award was handed to the Campus Flat Kimochi notebook. It lays completely flat to make it easier to write over pages and take photos of your notes. Apparently, the company spent 3 years developing this simple yet handy notebook. The Idea Award was given to the Ukamuri clip, which has a perfect strength for clipping books and notebooks. The unique and adorable design was a trend at one point on Japanese social media.
Are you gonna
Finally,
keep doing
the
that
Grand
though,
Award
like
for the
every
best
page?
Stationery in 2024 was given to the Pentel Matte Top pens. These ballpoint pens are like mini graphic markers. Unlike any other ballpoint pens, these put out a matte finish that stands out best when writing on photos and darker canvases. A perfect line of pens for creating decorations.
Whoa.
But Dad, think fast. Listen, that child is going to be a pro athlete.
Every time this year, we like to watch 300 trailers for games we don't care about to see 5 seconds of a game that won't be shown.
Summer Game Fest 2024!
Trust me, that game is such a true work of art, especially when you get into some of the combat.
The buzzword of this year's show was diversity. Back in the day, every game was about a man shooting people with a gun. Today, games have become much more diverse because now every game is about a woman hitting people with a sword. The only sword-hitting game I care about is Elden Ring 2. Queen America is back, and you can summon her with your bell.
Queen
I don't know why
America.
they changed the name. That's
Wait, what?
Overwatch. That's Overwatch. That's Sekiro 2. That's Monkey Row. Sekiro 0 takes place before the Monkey Wars, and Sekiro 4 will explain Chonka's backstory.
Now, entering the ring weighing 140 pounds, Mr. Kojimi!
Kojimi? What?
This dude is making 3 games right now. He's doing a Garfield spin-off with Morgan Peelman. He's doing Wooden Cog Liquid for PlayStation and Death Stranding 2.
Wooden Cog Liquid.
The way the Strand universe works is that since Guillermo del Toro directed Pinocchio in real life, his character is now a little puppet man in the game. The first time I played Death Stranding, I didn't get it entirely, but it was probably stupid. The second time through, I went, okay.
President's waiting.
It's your mother, Bridget.
Surely you remember her. She raised you? I'm thinking this is stupid. The third time through, I knew it was stupid, but why do I have 2 maxed out characters now? If we ever make it to Death Stranding 5, the Phantom Sam, that's gonna be the one.
I don't know what he played.
Mechanics are where I wanted them
He
to
actually
be
like
the
no
first
life these games.
Open worlds, multiplayer,
Something
FPS,
about
shooter,
that
PvP,
Death Stranding really hit it with him.
And that's what makes this industry so great.
I'm definitely playing Snake Eater Remake, but I don't know if I should. When I was 12, this was the most badass thing ever, and I had MGS2. In this game, you fight a guy called The Fear, but my greatest fear is going back to this game as an adult and thinking, yep, that's what a 12-year-old thinks is the most badass thing ever. Lego Horizon, I can't tell if this will be fun.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh, it is gonna be fun. In Uncharted 2, you have a massive battle on board a train. But in this new Indiana Jones game, the main villain is a train. Choo-choo! Choo-choo! In Uncharted, you find this little bitty circle. Indiana Jones, he finds the great big circle and a Nazi submarine suspended in the air like Uncharted. They're doing a new Jet Set Radio, they're doing a new Crazy Taxi, they're doing a new Doom, they're doing a new Batman.
The Rat King will stop at nothing to destroy my city.
I guess Rats is the bad guy.
As
Nice.
Batman, you face a new threat. Ratman.
If you were a game dev
Ratman.
working on the next Halo and you suggested that Master Chief should be able to spawn 3 beds on top of each other, you would be fired. But if you said that at Nintendo, they would make you the director of Zelda.
Now, it's up to Zelda to step into the protagonist role.
Prime 4's color palette echoes Metroid Prime 2
Oh, actually,
Echoes. They didn't
yeah.
show anything to suggest this, but I would love to see them take a more non-linear approach like Zelda Echoes is clearly doing. And maybe even bring in Echo the Dolphin.
And I'm here to show you
Looks good.
probably the most stupid game you'll see all day today.
No, they already have Valorant up there. Years before
Nice.
Sea of Bones was quadruple A, Perfect Dark was being touted as the first quadruple A game. Xbox finally showed it off, and I gotta say, it does look a lot more triple A than Sea of Bones. Perfect Dark Zero was the first game I played on Xbox 360, and that game was not perfect and should have cost $0.
We're introducing a new all-digital Series X.
I'd like to show you
Why?
3 new Xbox 360.
Introducing Xbox One.
Xbox One X. There's no power. So let's talk about our next console, Xbox Series X.
It's our mission to make Xbox
The most confusing system to buy. We also got to look at an actual Quad A game 6 months ago. The way the Grand Theft universe works is that if you do something stupid enough in real life, they will now put you in the game. I'm sure this will be a technological landmark, but I'm more interested in the tone. GTA 5 is a very mean-spirited game where every character is scum. Red Dead 2 criticizes America, but it can also show you warmth and beauty. Is that something they're even trying to do with GTA 6? I don't know.
Everything we've shown you so far, I think, is going to be, coming out, never.
Astrobot.
Damn.
Not Astrobot Rescue Mission. Not Astro's Playroom. Those are different games. This is which game is this? The one that comes with PS5. That's like the best game I know.
Nice.
They really should go all out with the PlayStation stuff on this. I want to see a Kessin level. I want to see
Yo,
Ape
Flick,
Escape
thank you for
level. I want a
69 months,
Garmin
dude.
level.
Nice.
I want to team
Nice
up with
indeed.
Kuma and battle the chicken from Rapper to Rapper. I want to play as the dude from Headhunter driving the car from Midnight Club 2 through one of the courses from Hot Shots Golf. They're saying this one's going to be a serious competitor to Mario, which is what they said about Sonic Adventure and Knack and 99 Winks. Ubisoft, I love these guys. They dropped a bombshell on us with this new Star Wars. They're calling this the first ever open world game.
Welcome to the first ever open world game.
And get this, guess who you play as?
You play as
Jabba the Hutt.
traverse the lush jungle world of Akiva.
Star Wars, I
ancient
assume.
city of
Open
Khajiit.
world Star Wars game.
And now I get to introduce something that is special to me. As someone who has played games for as long as I have, it's amazing that I get to set up this world premiere.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's his game studio. Cool.
Thanks, Phil.
What is 1 trillion to the 10th power?
1 trillion raised to the 10th power is 1000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
Whoa. Look at that. This is how many times people are dying to the first boss. After years of telling me to get good, the fan base has turned on From Software, and now they're telling Miyazaki to get good at...
Every time I do autoplay, my full screen just breaks. I don't know why.
Whoa. Look at that. This is how many times people are dying to the first boss.
4K PC?
After
Yeah.
years of telling me to get good, the fan base has turned on From Software, and now they're telling Miyazaki to get good at making video games. I know everybody's been waiting on my video to learn what their opinion is on the whole matter, and I'm just gonna give it to you straight up, no funniness involved. The fact of the matter is, people are babies and children, and they cry when they can't win, and they can't win because they're not good enough at the game. This DLC was made specifically for me and the 2 other players that are good enough at video games to handle it. All of you casuals and normies with jobs, responsibilities, other things in your life that isn't playing Elden Ring, this DLC is not for you. You are an inferior class of gamer, and this DLC is the proof. So go play Fortnite instead, because you're 7. For me, though, I am living it up in the Shadow Realm. This is like the best, most fun game in the world for me. I haven't seen graphics.
Those just shoes? What was that?
Xbox 360. The swamp level is back. There's a sewer level. There's a stinky toilet level. Every character is in pain and crying and wants to die, and it's just such an enjoyable world to experience.
72 months? That's a long time dead.
This game sucks. I hate it.
Yo, Zombie, thank you for the 72 months.
A lot of
Big.
people were going into this DLC with their level 350 character that they've slain 24 different gods on, and thinking that they would not get one shot killed by a bat. But that was dumb on you to think that. I'm definitely one of those people who will correct you when you tell me that you've beaten Elden
Oh my God.
Ring. If you used summons or crafted items or
Yo,
overpowered
Monster with a
weapons,
5 gifted.
you
Appreciate
did
that,
not beat
Monster.
Elden
Thank you,
Ring.
thank you.
You used exploits to cheat the game, and now
Very
you're being
big.
punished for it because you're not a good person. Personally, I beat Elden Ring with mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, thank you so much for the 5
only
gifted
use
subs.
whip.
Appreciate you.
I only use heavy rolls. I don't believe
Yeah,
in
I wonder
using
how the
random
scaling
or
works with
I don't abuse spells or
the Elden Ring
classic
DLC.
exploits. I don't abuse co-op or NPC summons. When Judgment Day comes, all of you
Good to see you, mate. I
abusers
appreciate
are
that.
going to
Thank
be
you, Nate.
dragged down into the place where you belong as I ascend into the sky to join the Golden Order. Some people are saying
Like,
this
does it hit,
DLC is
like, if you're level
Paper Mario
800 or
Superstar
something,
because
does it matter or
XP
no?
longer matters.
New resource?
Listen,
Oh,
if you are
that
not
makes
down
sense,
to
yeah.
Explore a cave for 3 hours to unlock a helmet, you will never
2 new
be quit.
collectibles. Got it,
I
got it.
just don't think you get this game. You're probably
Confessor
too
needs to
dumb.
return.
This is not a generic power fantasy open world game. If you want that, go play Spider-Man. Go play Ghost of Tsushima. And
Maybe,
remember to select
maybe.
the easiest
I didn't buy the
difficulty
DLC. I'll
mode
probably
like
play it
I really like
eventually.
to do. Elden Ring is an artistic work of art where the more you explore the world, the more you find out how weak your character actually is. With From Software, we love to talk about build variety. There are literally hundreds of bad weapons for dumb players to pick and lose the game with. Me and my buddies know about the only good weapon in the game, but we're never going to tell you what it is. The sad thing is, this is probably the easiest Elden Ring yet. Miyazaki is just handing out these Scadu tree fragments like candy, which are essentially easy mode tokens. I'd say once you get around 4 of these, you're pretty much invincible. Look at this footage of how easy it was for me to beat this boss. That
Okay,
people are
it's a
saying
boss.
is
I only saw his feet, so I thought it was like shoes or something.
Get up so I can bonk you again. Now get up so I can.
What is that?
Now get out of here so you can get. Now try it again so I can hit you again with that. This game is too easy, you guys. This
Nice.
is way too easy. As you can see, the game is far too easy.
Hope it wasn't
I beat
base
the
game.
DLC day 1. I beat every boss on the first try, and so if you can't handle it, go play Pal World, buddy.
Nice. Power World caught a stray. What?
He's going over that cliff.
So violent. Why is it so violent?
For every person who dreams up the electric light bulb, there's the one who dreams up the atom bomb.
What? Holy shit.
What's going on, Imperials? It's Emperor Cubone here. One of the core milestones in any Pokemon game is filling out the Pokédex. Whether it's your goal to complete it or not, every time you capture a new creature, you get to learn their
There's an
type.
accent with some of these videos I noticed, you know what I mean? I noticed some of these like video essays about video games specifically, like older video games, there's like an accent that comes with it. Not clowning on this, clowning on the video. I haven't watched the video yet. I'm just saying when I hear number 14 Burger King, is that kind of what it sounds like? Number 14 Burger King foot lettuce. No, it's kind of like oh god, I watched a few of these videos where they like deep dive into, like, it'll be like Final Fantasy 3 or something. And it'll start out, you know, with like, over the many years of gaming, I've had the pleasure and opportunity to play through the Final Fantasy series. Some of the most compelling gameplay and stories have come from this series, written over 20 years ago. In Final Fantasy III, many things have gone unnoticed over the years, and I would like to highlight some of them through this video essay format. And it's just like 3 hours of like just unpacking. It's reading off a script. Yeah, it's definitely reading off. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a script. Maybe it's a script. It's like a weird posh nerd. Well, the thing I do with a British accent is when we talk about top 10s. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the top 10. You know, like that kind of thing. You'll have like you know, like super hyped like British person talking about whatever. So something Dex would say. Script. Maybe it's scripts. Maybe I'm noticing like a script accent nowadays. I never really like did videos off of scripts, so maybe now that's why I'm like, when I watch him, something weird. But I guess if you're gonna make a video that's 8 hours long, you need a script, right? I guess it makes sense. But it's also the jokes too. I feel like the jokes are written in script format too. Do you know what I mean? I was watching some video. Oh my god, I was watching... Dude, I was watching a video about like, I think it was World of Warcraft. I don't remember which one it was. It doesn't matter. It like auto-played. And sometimes when I have videos playing in the background, they're just kind of like background noise for me. And what did he say? I think it was a video about like which classes have fun or like or have like some sort of diversity. And he was like, he said, like, and this ability is less fun than when my dad used to throw cupcakes at me. And it, like, very rarely do I get, like, I'll use the word jostled, but, like, it snapped me, it made me a little mad, I think, because it was like, it had to go through a series of, it was written down, right? It was recorded, it was edited, and then it was left in. And it still sticks with me like, what does that mean? What does that mean, like, when you're... Like, it was supposed to be like a relatable occurrence, like, when your dad throws cupcakes at you. Like, has anyone's dad ever thrown... You know what I'm saying? It was like I don't know what that means. Like, is he talking about... Like... Dude, I don't know. But when I don't know. I guess it's the jokes that bother me, because the jokes are, it's like, here's part of my stand-up set, you know. Now I want cupcakes. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I just have an issue with that specifically. I don't know what it is. it doesn't really come off supernatural because maybe you're right though. I think it is a script. I think that's what it comes down to. Anyways, that was my whatever TED talk about video essays.
Their category, height and weight, and even a brief description of its characteristics. However, sometimes these
I think you know what it is? It's the news accent. In later news, there are many things going on in the backyard of your normal home. Things like a tree growing, perhaps a bird or two. But in this person's backyard, what they discovered happened to shock the whole family. Yeah, I was really shocked. I just went outside and I couldn't believe what I saw. This family it's like, bro, you know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is. And because they read off of teleprompters. And when I hear it in videos, I start to I visibly shake. But what shocked them will surprise many Americans. It was just a normal Thursday when when Tom was walking back home from school. I was walking back home from school. It was a normal day. It was a normal day in this Chicago residence. Can we petition to get Bob to start talking like that? Over enunciation? Yeah. Destroyer Sword. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the Prime. Alex's new GTRP character confirmed. I really want to do a news thing though. I think at some point we're gonna do a news story. That'd be like a news and especially on Onyx would be so funny.
A little bit, like claiming that Slurpuff's smell is 100 million times better than humans. Not sure how they could even know that, especially with such a small nose.
It is a good news voice too.
Just
Yeah.
assume that all of these blurbs are true at least to some extent. That still leaves a great many Pokemon with seriously disturbing traits, much of which can go unnoticed unless you take the time to read the information. For example, I never knew that Snover apparently grows berries sometimes around their midsection that taste like frozen treats.
Who's trying that?
Pretty cool, but
Who's trying that? Who? Bro.
but they never really show up in its designs, nor can you even find those as items within the game, only being locked away in a Dex entry. But not all of those surprises are so nice, and you don't even have to look all that far.
Even though the scientific power of humans made its body, they failed to give it a warm heart. Sheesh.
There are the widespread ones that most people already know, like the scary fact that Spawn's heart only beats by it bouncing, which means that it will die if it stops. Or even the fact that Gorbis uses its teeny mouth straw to suck out bodily fluids from its prey. But then again, you would be surprised by how many people still think the South Sea Pokemon is nice and sweet just because it's pink, even when it belies its unsettling vampiric tendencies. But there are many less common tidbits that people aren't aware of, like the fact that most of the crab Pokemon seem to be frequently eaten. The Pokédex entry for Corphish states that its pincers often...
I hear it. I think at the end of this sentence, this video is interesting. I'm not trying to clown on it or anything. I think at the end of each one of these sentences, they emphasize the last word. You'll hear it. They did it with entry. They did it with what just happened here.
Pokemon seem to be frequently eaten.
Frequently eaten. And in this entry, you'll hear it.
The Pokédex entry for Corphish states that its pincers often fall off. Unlike Crabrawler or Clauncher, the meat in its claws is utterly nasty and stinking. So I guess it's actually good news for Corphish, except for, losing its claws all the time, but nobody will be hunting it like the other, more tasty shellfish, because Clauncher's Dex says the meat of its claws is so delicious. And then in Alola, Crabrawler's says what little meat they contain is rich and delicious. It can be easy to forget that not only do Pokemon eat each other in a food chain, but all of the people in this world need to eat something too. So unless you're going to be a grass-typetarian, you'll probably go hunting for some juicy crab meat. I mean, I'd play a Pokemon version of Deadliest Catch.
I actually would too.
Corphish gets a break,
but they wouldn't make it
so appetizing. But there
Pal
are
World would do it.
more unsettling Dex entries around, like Delmise. The Dex says it wraps its prey in green seaweed and sucks away their vitality. And that's disturbing enough, but we pretty well knew that, right? It then goes on to say, it only likes to go after big prey like Wailord. And then another entry says, swinging its massive anchor, it KOs Wailord in a single blow.
What the hell?
Are you kidding me? Delmise can instantly knock out the biggest Pokemon in the world? Just imagine what would happen if it decided to go after something smaller, like, oh, I don't know, a boat that you happen to be on? You would stand no chance of surviving at all. So I guess we're lucky that Dhelmise is so rare. But then again, it is very alarming that the Seafolk village has a Wailord-shaped structure with the Sea Creeper Pokemon being so close.
That's true. That sounds like a terrible accident waiting to happen. Also, like, does no one in the Pokemon, like, universe say, like, wait a minute, where did an anchor Pokemon come from? You know what I mean? Like, we have anchors, but there's an anchor Pokemon. Like, are things being designed off of Pokemon or a Pokemon, you know what I'm saying? Does no one look around, just say, like, they're evolving? Haunted? It's a conspiracy? I guess, yeah. It's a haunted anchor, come on. Okay, fair enough.
And perhaps predictably,
Got me there.
are many ghost types with chilling descriptions, such as the tail end of one of Gengar's dex entries that simply states, "There is no escaping it. Give up." So that's nice and optimistic, thanks there, Dexter. But we knew that Gengar was already a weirdo. I wanted to look at the less appreciated Duskull, whose dex says, if it finds bad children who won't listen to their parents, it will spirit them away. Or so it is said. So it's nice of them to hedge their bets.
It will kill them.
There, but assuming that it is true, a different entry states, Duskull can pass through any wall, no matter how thick it may be. Once this Pokemon chooses a target, it will doggedly pursue the intended victim.
So it's like SCP at that point. Is there not like a foundation that's like trying to stop like these Pokemon that can material through a fucking wall anytime it chooses and then just kill a kid? There's no worry. Hey, you know, some of these Pokemon, like, I don't know, Squirtle seems pretty harmless. But then there's these ones that will like target children that misbehave and kills them. And they can go through walls. Do we want to put a can on that? Maybe stop that from happening? Nah, it's probably fine. What?
So apparently, Duskull is capable and willing to stalk misbehaving children all night, and nothing will be able to stop it. I mean, there's discipline, and then there's just being cruel. Let's hope that you got some dark types to watch over your kids at night. Now, I don't know many people who love Lickitung, and that may be because the Pokédex says it checks out whatever's around it by licking everything. If you don't clean off the spot where it licked you, you'll break out in a rash. And another Dex entry says that whatever it licks will stink afterwards, so not only will you be covered in slobber and stink, but it clearly does not react well with human skin, causing an adverse reaction. So just don't leave these things around the house
immediate
because
rash?
there's no telling what it would do to the furniture. But that's not all, because Sliggoo is actually in a very similar situation. The Pokédex says its entire body is covered in gooey mucus that can dissolve anything. So that's nice, but then a different entry says it has trouble drawing the line between friend and food. It will calmly try to melt and eat even those that it gets along well with.
What the hell?
So even if you are super close to this Pokemon and you trust it completely, it might just cover you in corrosive acid anyway because it's a little hungry. So I would recommend finding rain as soon as possible to try and diffuse the looming specter of death that this slug thing represents. But then speaking of specters, we can take a look over at Phantump as well. The Pokédex states, by imitating the voice of a child, it causes people to get hopelessly lost deep in the forest.
It's a Wendigo. This thing's an actual cryptid Wendigo. My favorite part of the Pokemon entries is always like it'll front load it with this cute and shy Pokemon is actually the harbinger of death. Like, wait a minute. Was there not... That should probably come first. Do we not agree that should probably be the first thing that we read inside of the Pokemon data entry? Although calm in its normal demeanor, this psychic type is known for kidnapping children. Huh? There's not like danger, stay away from this psycho?
Try trying to make friends with them. And hey, maybe that's true, but making friends seems to be a charitable interpretation of luring people into the woods with a false voice. You knew what you were doing, because the Pokédex also says that Phantump is created by Stumps being possessed by the spirits of children who died while lost in the forest. So sure, you were making friends, making Phantump friends by tricking kids into becoming a Phantump, but stories like this do confuse me a bit. When people say that ghost types don't mean that they were actually deceased people, because maybe that's true, but there are times where that clearly is the case. Take Yamask, where the Pokédex says, the spirit of a person from a bygone era became this Pokémon. It rambles through ruins for someone who knows its face. That's the face that it carries around with them, by the way, and then they look at it and they cry. So maybe not all ghosts used to be humans, but some of them certainly were. Which is all the more disturbing when your eternal rest could be stopped by a random 10-year-old who wants to use you for combat. But it's not even just ghost types that have this human connection, since a Kadabra Pokédex entry states, a theory exists that this Pokémon was a young boy who couldn't control their psychic powers, and ended up transformed into this Pokémon. So are all Kadabra somehow little ESP children? If so, what exactly does that mean for Abra? But even if that one's all made up, there are plenty of other descriptions that make Kadabra unsettling, like Kadabra's presence infests televisions and monitors with creepy shadows that bring bad luck. So there is definitely something strange that surrounds these psychic creatures, and I'm not just talking about the lawsuits from magicians. But let's take a step back from the otherworldliness and just look at some good old regular disturbing dex entries, like the one for Bruxish. This Pokemon is stated to eat the hard spines of Marini, and that it stuns its prey with psychokinesis and then grinds them to mush with its strong teeth. Even Shellder's shell is no match for it. So that sounds pleasant to be blended up by its sharp fangs, but the end bit is really what caught my attention. So I peeked over at Shellder's own dex entry, which claims it is encased in a shell that is harder than diamond. Yikes. So if Bruxish can rip through something harder than diamond with relative ease, it's rather unnerving to think about what it might do to your leg if it got a hold of it.
Bro.
One that sounds a little more fun, but isn't, comes from Igglybuff. I was just randomly flipping through and saw its dex entry say, it has a soft and bouncy body. Once it starts bouncing, it becomes impossible to stop. That's horrifying. It's not a choice like how Scorbunny just likes to hop. It is a physical reality of its biology. Igglybuff's body is elastic, so it's going to bounce off of something eventually, and then it will just continue to do so until the end of time. I'm not even convinced that evolution would stop it, since Jigglypuff is also quite bouncy. So even a Moonstone will likely not free your fairy from its rebounding prison, with the only sweet release being in the cold embrace of death. However, another one that could seem benign is from Metang. This dex entry says that its body is so tough, even a crash with a jet plane won't leave a scratch. So it's pretty durable. That's
what the
cool.
fuck?
But another one states, the claws tipping its arms pack the destructive power to tear through thick iron sheets as if it were silk. So this is sounding a lot less fun for that plane Metang was going to hypothetically crash into, and that wouldn't even be a problem, except that in Ultra Sun, it is outright told to us that Metang flies at high speeds around the skies. Meaning that at any point, an unsuspecting aircraft might just get obliterated by a stray iron leg that's rocketing by. I guess we should be lucky that they're so uncommon. Now, one of the Galar Pokemon that may have looked a bit familiar was Hatterene, with many fans drawing comparisons to Gardevoir. But while they do both deal in emotions, Hatterene seems a bit more vindictive. See, the Pokédex states, if you are too loud around this Pokemon, you risk being torn apart by the claws on its tentacle.
Yo, Destroyer, thank you for the Prime as well. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, some of these Pokemon are just an outright danger to society. If you're too loud, it will literally rip you to shreds. Trail says, hey, that don't sound bad, though. Yeah, okay.
First of all, it's a bit weird to call it a tentacle, but far more importantly, what exactly does too loud mean? Exactly how many decibels is Hatterene willing to endure before it flies off the handle and starts ripping you to shreds? And what happens if you happen to have a baby in your house? So if you insist on using this alien
True.
thing, maybe you should invest in some earplugs so it doesn't maim all of your friends. However, there are plenty of other disturbing Galar Pokédex descriptions, such as Ice-Cube. Now, I don't mind this Pokemon, I feel like it gets a little overhated, but it is said that the hair on its head connects to the surface of its brain. When this
Oh God. Also, why do people hate on this Pokemon? What's the lore behind them hating on it? Bad design. Yeah, it does look like it does look like a penguin with an ice cube on its head, so I could see that.
Pokemon has something on its mind, its hair chills the air around it. That basically means this little penguin has an exposed nerve shooting right out of the top of its head. That can't even be covered by its defensive ice cube, so I guess we know the weak point to go for, right? But I really wanted to talk about Orbeetle, or more specifically the Gigantamax form, since those do have their own descriptions. So it states, if it were to utilize every last bit of its power, it could control the minds of every living thing in its vicinity. That might not be that bad, I mean it sounds pretty draining, so I doubt it would do it that often, and besides, how big could its vicinity be anyway? Well, the other version's dex says it emits psychic energy to observe and study what's around it. And what's around it can include things over 6 miles away. That is the most terrifying thing I could imagine. A giant UFO bug comes down and bends every living human, Pokemon, and even plant probably to its will for miles around. And really, when you think about how small the
Elder
Galar
brain.
region is, 6 miles could cover a whole lot of territory. If you had one of those in Motostoke, it could easily be able to cover Turfield, Holberry, and even Hammerlock. And if you got like 10 to a dozen people with an Orbeetle and sent them to each and every stadium that allows Gigantamaxing at once, they could probably mind control the entire region.
Yeah, so this is something that Team Rocket should actually do. I don't understand why they didn't utilize that instead of just like, we're gonna run up, and then we're gonna put a bag over Pikachu's head, and we're gonna just grab it. Don't you think like that didn't work the last 17 times? We could probably come up with it. No. We're gonna pretend to be a bush of berries, and then when Pikachu comes up and tries to eat one of the berries, we'll grab it. Okay? So the last time you grabbed it, it shocked you. Is there any other plans? This time we'll have a net. And when Pikachu, we're just gonna put the net on Pikachu. Because it can't shock us. Okay, but you know, last time when you got Pikachu, it didn't try to shock you, it didn't shock you. You know, Ash's army of other Pokemon blew you out of the I believe the stratosphere. You went higher than man has ever reached, you know, in altitude before, and you came back down and survived it. I would consider yourself a miracle that you're alive. We're gonna use a net, and Victory Bell will fight his Charmander. And fuck, what else is gonna happen? Well, there's the obvious like that Victory Bell's like plant type, and then he has like fire type Pokemons. And hopefully it doesn't eat James in the process, but we'll come up with something. I think we'll use Ekans this time. We'll use Ekans this time, or Weezing. It's like the only 3 Pokemon we have to fight all of the gym leaders at once. Just like, bro, no, do this plan. Do this bug UFO plan. 3 of these things, and you can control like a what is it, like a 6 mile like length or width, 6 mile radius. Just have him give up Pikachu. Control him, be like, hey, give up Pikachu, and that's your job's done. But anyway.
Them to each and every stadium that allows Gigantamaxing at once, they could probably mind control the entire region. Honestly, that would have been a way better plan for Chairman Rose to try out.
There you go.
Hey, and then that would have been a perfect excuse for Team Yell to join your side, because Spikemith doesn't even have a Gigantamaxing stadium. Boy, that would be a
Bro,
great
Team
way to...
Yell would lose to this thing. Send this thing into Team Yell's compound, and they're done.
Boy, that would be a great way to tackle a remake one day. Somebody do that. Anyway, the Pokédex is full of weird stories like these, such as Hypno carrying off a child, or maybe Cherubi's second head being delicious and eaten, or the fact that
Bro,
the power
what?
of
Who
Mega
does that? Who sees this thing? And dude, who is out like, bro? Who is out here eating this shit? They're like, oh, it grows delicious berries off of its torso. But then who's just eating this? Who sees this and is like, God, that looks delicious. I gotta eat that. Like, do we even know if this is edible? Bro, are you kidding me? Look at it. How is it not fucking edible? It's a fucking berry with eyeballs. It's a sentient berry. Just eat, just grow. It grows an extra head, and the extra head tastes good. Does that mean that when they ate the main body, did it, dude? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what? Slowpoke tail is apparently delicious in Pokemon. Yeah, but doesn't it fall off and regrow? Couldn't you ask it about real life berries and animals though? The real life berries and aren't sentient. Okay? I'm not picking berries off of a bush and they're screaming when I'm taking a bite out of them. You know what I'm saying? Here you have everything is basically sentient. You don't know how many Pokemon are in this Pokemon? They just walk around. It's it's a walking plant, that's a Pokemon. It's a walking rock, that's a Pokemon. You know what I mean? How do you know they're not sentient? They've done tests and stuff where when a tree is dying, or when you pick flowers off of plants, that they kind of have a reaction. They've done some. I guess, how do I know they're not sentient? Because I feel like they would react differently, I guess, if they were sent. Anyways, there's a whole thing with what's the word? Tree biology and stuff. It's all the roots and stuff that connect to plants, they're all kind of interconnected. There's this whole thing around it. Anyways, whatever. But yeah, I guess I don't know that a tree isn't sentient.
Being delicious and eaten, or the fact that the power of Mega Evolution breaks Glalie jaw, or
Oh my
the
God.
unconscionable case of Mandibuzz trying to hunt Cubone. How dare you, you filthy scavenger! And of course, with multiple paragraphs provided each generation, there are literally thousands of dex entries that provide an unsettling view into the secret, creepier side of Pokemon. Which dex entries do you find most disturbing? Let me know down in the comments. Also be sure to leave a like, share this video, and subscribe so that you too can become an Imperial today. And until next time, stay grounded.
Emperor Cubone. Ooh, scary music too.
Colonel, will you marry me? What? Wow! Are you serious? Are you serious? What the? Rocket Rancher! Whoa! Mission complete! Yay! Oh, Ruda!
I like dogs. Dogs are pretty. You're no fun. I bet you don't like dogs. Die, car.
Nurse Joy is a Pokemon. That makes no sense. What are you talking about? Stay with me here. Nurse Joy has pretty much thousands of other Nurse Joys that look identical to her.
Bro, what is this with this fucking format where it's two people? It's like a podcast that, I mean, is this the same person? Am I already getting baited? No, it's not. It's just two people. They look like they're doing a podcast, but there's not an actual podcast. It's the format that looks like it's a podcast. Do you know what I mean? And every TikTok or short is as if it's in the middle of an episode, but then you go to find the episode and it's non-existent. It's not a podcast. I don't know if this is, but I know that there's ones where it's it'll just be some subject matter. It's like, did you know that they actually have definitive proof aliens exist? No way. Is that true? Yeah. Back in 1978, they were doing a study at the Harvard Institute of Science, and what they came across was a bunch of film that was left in the library that showed actual proof of aliens. wait, that actually happened? Yeah, and the entire time, the government has been, like, keeping it locked up. Like, they don't want us to know that aliens are a thing. Well, that's crazy. I always knew aliens were a thing, but I didn't know that, like, the government was behind it. Yeah, isn't that... It's really bizarre. Yeah. It's like... It's just like... It must be like they sit down, and they have a prompt of things, and again, I know this is a parody, I assume. Actually, this might not be a parody. I actually don't know yet. But what my point is, they sit down, they have a list of, let's pretend... Like they tell their buddy, like, strap in, you're not gonna believe this one. What? Did you know that? And then just go into it like as if it's a natural conversation, but it's clearly not. It's like set up, but it's like the podcast format is what people watch nowadays. So then the people will be like, wait, where's this episode from? I want to watch more. It doesn't exist because it was created to like gather engagement. It's strange, man. I don't know. It's a little strange. I get it, but sometimes, just make a podcast at that point. It actually kind of short, so you watch the whole dumb thing. Yeah, it's always like, I don't know, basically the start of every CC video. Yeah, but it'd be an entire video you could watch, is the thing. You know what I mean? There'd be a topic, and they would go into it. It's a little different if I was like, let's pretend for 30 seconds that we were in the middle of a conversation, the cameras are on, and then pretend to be shocked by information I'm telling you. And then when you're like surprised, I'll fill you in, and then we'll just cut it at the end. And that way it looks like it was in the middle of a podcast, but it wasn't. And then it's like more interesting than it actually is. You know what I mean? Maybe they recorded the semi-podcast, lots of dead air, and then cut out the good bit for YouTube. That's possible too. But is every conversation in a podcast like, get this, you're not going to believe it. What? So, you know how it's just like, I don't feel like that's every, like, is every podcast that way?
Supposedly they're all blood related. There's no chance in hell that that's a possibility. Unless her father's Genghis Khan. So if there's a ton of exact replicas of Nurse Joy.
Aren't they all named Nurse Joy too?
Yes.
That's crazy.
And if they're all the exact same, just
that's
like
crazy.
Pokemon are, they're all copies of each other. I'm thinking Nurse Joy is her own version of Pokemon, like a Jinx. She's just a humanoid-looking Pokemon. There's even a shiny version of...
They cut it out. They cut it out and they blurred it out. What is this?
Summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
That's not what it does.
Roll my dice! That is what it does. Pot of Greed! Draw 3. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck. And I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck. Then I play Magic Force, which allows me to play Pot of Greed once again to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
You know, he's right. I attack and I win, right?
No.
You don't have any. Well, you don't have any monsters, and my
he's
monsters...
supposed to be here.
What? Oh, you got the Celtic Guardian.
My turn. I summon Dark Magician. I also summon Jack's Knight.
What? How? You can't summon a bunch of cards on one turn. It's against the rules.
You never saw this coming. I summoned Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
That's not what it does. It doesn't do that.
That is what it does.
It doesn't.
That's what it do, Yugi.
It does what it do.
Most lore accurate Yu-Gi-Oh. Bro. What? Oh my god. Nice. Hell yeah.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
But let's say you want to travel somewhere cooler. How many ops you got? I mean, it's too many options. If you want to pass on this heat like John Stockton, you can go up to the Northwest where there's 60s, 70s for highs today. So again, we got temperatures in the 90s, but it's going to feel hotter for several days. Wop, 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 wop. We get hit with the heat index well over 100. But the main story really is the fact that we're just stocking up on hot days. How many stocks do I really have in stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 5. Hey, look at this. We've got temperatures going 90 plus for several days in a row. This is not a major cold front. In fact, a general rule this time of year is if it's June and we're talking about a cold front, it's probably a minor. And as we look into what the impact is going to be on Monday, not quite hot enough for a heat advisory, but as we look farther west, they not like us, they not like us, they not like us. In South Texas, it may feel like 118 degrees there today.
Hamburger, 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 hum. Hamburger, 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 hum. Hamburger, 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 hum. Hamburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, 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 Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Whopper, 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 hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper, hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper, hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper,
good movie.
Big Mac.
The whole scene too. What is this? Marbula 1? What is this? Huh?
The home of the Pinkies, bathed in pink light, surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms, plays host to the intensity that is Marbula 1, as the series comes to a new circuit, Sakura Garden, in the third round of what has already been quite a season of Marbula 1. Hey everybody, I'm Greg Woods, the Pinkies, ever gracious.
Dude, I thought this was a video game. Oh my god, I just realized that this is actual marbles.
In the Marble League in the past, a great community gathering space. But Sakura Garden, or Sakura Garden, is a place that has shown itself to be a
holy shit
racetrack, already in qualifying in the
these are real marbles,
and then in the pole shootout in Q2 just yesterday. A fast, undulating first sector gives way to.
This is what made marbles on stream become a thing in the first place.
Crashes into that hairpin, drops down immediately into the banking, and then it's another hairpin right after to start the third sector.
This is a crazy course.
Blast down to a small chicane. That sweep will take the marbles across the line and up the conveyor belt. The Pinkies packing a whole grandstand that they set aside for themselves. They are passionate fans, and their marble, Pinky Panther, is starting on the front row next to pole sitter Speedy. Will that marble be able to deliver the team's first Marbula 1 win? We're about to find out.
What are the teams?
And we're rolling.
Oh, I see they're on the side.
The better start. Oh, but then gets caught up on the curves and goes from first to fifth in a series of 2 corners. It's Royal all the way from 8th to first place, and a nice gap as they shoot through the banking for the very first time. Royal leads Mimo. Speedy is weaving back and forth, trying to keep them behind. Misty and Pinky Panther get in a fight, and it looks like, yes, Pinky
oh my
Panther
god.
has gotten ahead. Back into
wait, this course
place.
Is sick.
Nice speed coming from Speedy. Going
Boosters?
around
Dude, we hate
at the top of
boosters.
that first sector. Lockstep with Pinky Panther as they head into that far hairpin drop around the banking. You see Speedy taking a tighter line. How will that work as they head into the hairpin? Mimo is fighting to keep them behind. Royal leads to the tune of 0.6 seconds. Speedy notches fastest lap, 21.62. And look at this, around the outside, takes second and has a go at the lead. Very close. Speedy perhaps going to use that interesting line through the banking.
There's 15 laps.
First place. They're staying where they are for right now. The field's spreading out a little bit.
He's timing every lap
back
too.
Behind where we've seen that marble before, unfortunately. Just not here at Sakura Garden.
Dude, every one is timed. That's
Then
insane.
Pinky Panther, Speedy, very close. Misty, Mimo. Firo gets by Mimo as I say that. Iceberg, Arup, Shimmer, and
I looked it up. This
Quasar.
dude's been doing Marble League since
Coming down to the bottom of the
2016.
order, you've got Razzie down there 15th.
That's
Thunder,
insane.
Mocha, Clementon, Blue Eye, and Clutter. Speedy and Pinky Panther continue to fight up front. You see the gaps widening a bit. Now 1 second for Royal from Speedy. This is a
I wonder if there's like
marble
sponsored
in the
marbles or
second
something.
round. Just 1 week
Like
to
people
go.
send in marbles maybe,
Blending nicely. Just one
and
of
like pay to
4 or
have them
5
featured,
teams that decided to
like
run the
actual
same
Formula
marble
One.
last week as this week, meaning their teammates, of course, are going to have to do double duty at some point later this season. Oh, nearly going 2 and 3 wide heading into that hairpin. That is a prime passing opportunity, and Royal resets fastest lap 21.47 and continues to stretch that lead. Heading into Q2 yesterday, we saw what was an ideal lap time based on the
1/3 through the race. Who will
from
take it
each of
home?
the individual marbles in sectors 1, 2,
Royal's
and 3,
been
and it's
crushing
in
it.
that 21-second range. So the performance that Royal is putting on is remarkable. What's the gap now? It is only getting bigger. 3.5 seconds. Royal
Wow.
is dominating right now, but still a lot of laps to go. We are barely at the halfway
Yeah,
point.
Royal's got a
Speedy
huge
having
lead.
some trouble on the curbs in the first sector, but recovers, and once again is right up on Pinky Panther. Misty was right there.
Good camera angle.
Seemingly the door was open for a moment. This is a great view coming out of the banking, by the way. Love that shot. Of all
You think the
lines
marbles
taken
get lots
at
of rest
different
between
lines,
races?
and that
I'm
was a
not
nice
sure, Mag.
over-under,
That's a good
perhaps,
question,
for
though.
Setting up Mocha and Clementon, but I don't think that move worked. Ah, maybe it did. Mocha is by Clementon. And up front, Speedy going around the outside. They take a different line, but get stopped by Misty. Nice opportunity there as they come through. The banking
Marble
weaving
League is
back and
actually
forth.
well made.
Speedy
Every
taking a
marble has a
different
name
line.
as
Oh,
well.
the
Yeah.
contact just at the point when that marble was about to make the move into the hairpin. Couldn't get it done. They're going to be 1 step apart on the podium.
Be
but
cool if you could
Royal
get like
has
the
lost
logo
2
inside the
seconds
marble.
in the lead up front. Is that
Because each one has like a
mistakes
logo, it
on
looks
the
like too,
curve,
which is
different
crazy.
lines, or is that just better racing from the marbles that are behind? Royal leads Speedy. Misty. Firo is up to 4th. Iceberg, Era, Pinky Panther has fallen all the way back to 7th. Fenrir,
Pinky
Nemo,
Panther.
and Quasar rounding
But yeah,
out the
Panther
top
lost
10.
like 6
Firo
spots
started all the way back
from being
in
second.
9th. Is now up to 4th. As I say that, drops to 5th. This is very close between all of these. Oh, we got a new fastest lap. Razzie resets it to 21.40. That's a nice low number that might continue to come down. Of course, all these teams visiting this track for the very first time, getting a handle on its
Do you think they go
lines and
faster
its
as they get like
idiosyncrasies.
warmer?
As they learn it, they've only had 1 qualifying session here, and these laps in the race.
Maybe it doesn't matter that much.
2 seconds is the gap from Royal to Speedy. 2 successful marbles. Speedy, of course, the individual champion in the very first season of Marbula 1. Thunder takes it down another 0.06 of a second. All the way back in 16th, however. Here's Speedy.
Not
and
sure, but there's
Royal.
no way
This is
some
the
marbles
straight
aren't having
line.
the ones. I mean, I guess you could weigh them all and see, right?
And the door was shut by Royal.
How the fuck is a marble gonna get warmer, Alex?
Front, and all of a sudden,
Um,
looking over that
friction,
shoulder,
right?
seeing Speedy half a second back. Misty is also very close. How do they shake out?
Same
the
way your
first
tires
sector?
get
This has
warmer.
been a tough sector for the leader. Speedy this time a lot more patient. As they come down through the banking once again, Speedy looks to the outside, goes to the inside, and has the move done. But at the hairpin, Royal takes it back. They are
Royal got
drafting each other one
non-regulation
length apart, and
pins.
through the chicane,
Check his shape.
Speedy takes the lead by 0.2. We've not seen a ton of moves among the leaders at that final corner.
Holy
that
shit.
can be done. This
They
time,
passed
a
them up, I didn't even see
defensive
it.
line through the S's. Speedy watching Royal's every move while also trying to keep that momentum up front. Just a couple of laps to go. Here comes Royal to the inside, but Speedy has it covered.
Wait, speed popped off.
Going down the straightaway, weaving to break the draft. Speedy comes through 1/10 of a second now. It's gone from 0.2 to 1. Misty also
Ooh.
half a second trouble off the belt. And
Wait, Royal passed.
takes it back. Goes for the racing line instead of a defensive one because I think Royal realized Speedy on the back foot, but has recovered immediately. Right before the drop, Speedy takes P1.
There's something going on with like the fastest lap. Like I don't understand that person in
They're
last
4
place
lengths
is the
apart.
fastest lap.
Closer as they come across the belt. 0.2, and this is the final lap. Speedy versus
How
Royal.
how'd they
Will Misty
lose
have anything to say about
positions
it?
with the
They're opting
fastest
for
lap?
Different lines, and now they go defensive through the S's. Speedy over Royal. Very slow and deliberate.
Wait, there's
here.
just
Both these
Speedy and
marbles
Royal
know
now.
That there are passing opportunities coming up. Royal to the
Oh,
outside,
God.
back to the inside. Has
Royal
the
took
lead
it.
through the hairpin and may have timed it perfectly. Royal is going to make it 2 straight in Marbula 1.
Nice.
Speedy comes second. Misty.
Yeah, something's going on with Royal, because 2 straight and Marbula 1, so 2 straight wins for Royal.
Best Marbula 1 finish, one better than the previous in 5th.
Wow.
This was a fast race, an evolving track that saw Marbles learning it as they went. The Cobalts, thrilled with the performance they have seen.
Whoa.
From Royal.
Look at that camera, too.
Royal goes from 8th to 1st. Vero also up 5 spots. Look at the 7 from Arup and Fenrir on the flip side to that.
Yeah, I understand how Clutter had the fastest lap, but then also dropped 3 positions. How does that happen? Did they get points awarded for that too in the series? Fastest, it's like 1 point or something. One good lap out of any bad ones.
Always love watching the streams. Hope life has been good.
I guess. Bump from behind. I guess I'm just like very confused. It should have gone some places forward. Yo, King Volk, thank you. Always love watching the streams. Hope life's been good. I appreciate that, King Volk. 80 months. Thank you so much. Royal for real cheated? You think so? You think Royal cheated? Oh man. Well, Royal outlived the cheating allegations. That's crazy. Royal juicing? Something's going on. 2 wins in a row for Marbles is that's pretty impressive. There's something going on with Royal, I think. Royal is not a cheater. Okay. All right.
Okay, so help me understand. How do I not have a case? That's literally a black Lucario.
That's not a black Lucario. That's Anubis.
Anubis?
In Power World, they call him Anubis. Yes.
What? They stand in the exact same though.
What? They can't stand the. Come on, his legs is closer. They can
what?
Stand the same
a little closer? Are you?
You don't have a case. Listen, you're the Pokemon CEO. We understand. You don't have a case right now. I'm trying to help you out.
I understand. Okay,
you're my client.
Maybe you're right.
Like, you don't have a case with.
Is that not even?
Somebody texted me. Hold on.
Man, who you texting, man? I'm paying for this time.
Oh, no, it's my other client. Chill, bro.
Can he not wait?
Yeah.
Is that not Eevee?
That's Grimace.
Grimace.
That's Grimace.
How much time have you spent on this game?
I had to do what I had to do.
How much time? You know every Pokemon
Listen,
name.
I had to do what I had to do to
how
make
much
sure
time did you spend on
that I had a case for you. I was looking, I was playing the game to see how much.
How much time did you spend?
40, man.
What?
40.
40 hours. This game hasn't even been out a week yet.
Time be going by fast when you playing it.
I see what's going on.
What's going on?
You protecting him.
I'm your lawyer.
You're a fan of this game.
I'm not, man. Fuck Power World. You pay me. I play Pokemon Yellow, Blue, Red.
Get up.
I was trying to build a case for you. So I got on Power World thinking about Pokemon. I had to get detail after detail. Hour after hour, slaving pals, and I put the gameplays of Power World and Pokemon next to each other and realized it was perpendicular.
Man, this nigga bullshit, bro. Get out of my house if I do. Ooh.
So, all right, so we go to 2,000. How much you boy at 28? 38. 38? Yeah. You played 2? God. Okay, that just sits on the field for no reason.
It takes just a moment. Though he has all the time in the world. Or as
God,
Lupercal
we went from like a Yu-Gi-Oh meme to like Sanguinius and Horus, the Angel Falls monologue.
Doesn't care.
I mean, I'm sure it's good. It's very jarring.
His answer, which was that he would have the mentee open up a second restaurant.
Did it skip or did I watch this before? The duality of man. What owning a ramen restaurant in Japan is like. Interesting. I don't think I've watched this before. I'm not sure why these are skipping through. Might be like when you guys are given the timestamp, it skips them before. Watched it before? Are you sure? Are you sure you guys aren't putting in like a skip timestamp in here? Like copying the timestamp and putting it in? I don't know. I don't know if I watched it.
Have you ever dreamed of
some of these videos are really like,
ramen?
what's the word? I'm trying to think. Is it cathartic? Is that the word I'm trying to say? Where it's just like running a food stamp during Japan rush hour, and you just are watching somebody just cook, and serving food. That's the whole video. No, not Catholic. Love the documentary style videos. I like the ones that don't even like say anything. The ones that are just like, you're in a routine of somebody else's life. It's very interesting.
Shop. While most ramen-ya's kitchens are wide open to see,
watch one about hot dogs in Japan.
All the work that goes into owning a ramen store yourself.
I like it because it sometimes feels like I'm playing a cooking game. That's an interesting take. It's like an escape. A little bit. That looks good. That looks pretty good. Is it where you are? Is here?
While ramen is Japanese fast food, it's
2 a.m. where you are?
Process to make. It takes time, dedication, hard work.
Are you in Brazil or Canada? To be honest, working with food sucks. Yeah, I've heard that before.
He does buy his fresh noodles from a menya. That means noodle store. Most everything he makes is from scratch.
Looks really good. Atlantic, Canada, maybe.
Does he work? 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. 6 days a week. And this is not the I'm out of the house from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. so I'm working all that time, even though I have breaks. This is non-stop hard work from when he enters the shop until when he leaves.
Jesus.
If you add it all up, and I did, that's an 80-hour work week.
Wow. I'm in Canada. I'm impressed you guessed it. It's just context clues. Like if you're an hour ahead of Eastern time, I would imagine that you're not from America, so it doesn't leave a whole lot of guesses. But no, I'm 3 hours behind. That's like years of Alex's stream. Okay, dude. What the fuck, man?
朝8時に入ってで毎日魚のスープ作らなきゃいけないんですよ。で魚のスープ作りながら卵を仕込みして。
How many eggs does he go through? Probably a good bit, huh? Two eggs. He goes through 2 eggs. Yeah, I definitely count 2 eggs on the screen. How come his ramen didn't come from a plastic wrapper? Who knows, dude? That's crazy. Where's his ramen from, man? Where's this ramen shop in Japan get their ramen from, if not from a plastic cup?
Kunimoto's restaurant has 4 main dishes. Of course, they all contain ramen noodles, but they're actually not all the same thickness, nor are they prepared the same way.
Really? Oh, he just throws the water on the ground.
This is regular ramen.
Okay.
Each restaurant will have their own take on the dish.
Well, I thought it'd be easier to cook it because it's like, oh, yeah, just cook the same types of bowl, but it's 4 different types of ramen on top of it.
Kunimoto's version has a flavorful broth with fatty pork.
Oh, it looks so good.
This is Shio ramen, and Shio stands for salt. It has a light broth and lean pork. The noodles used are thinner than the regular ramens. This is Noko ramen. This one has a thick broth, and you can really taste the fish.
Oh my god.
It also comes with plenty of onions.
It's thick fish broth with onions?
This last dish is tsukemen.
I don't know if I could do that.
The broth and noodles are separated in 2 different bowls. Its flavor is most similar to the regular ramen, but its broth is richer. The noodles are cooled down and the water squeezed out.
Squeezed out?
While the noodles are served cold, the broth is hot.
I Lufu!
Yo, Kingpin, thank you for the 26 months. Oh, that looks good, man. I would eat the shit out of that.
休めないんですでスープ炊いてるからそれ抜いてっていう作業いろいろするんででスープやったりこれ冷やしたり
Poor guy, I think he needs employees, man.
休憩ってあんまり取れないんですよねで15分ぐらいです
No breaks, just cooking broth all day, 80 hours a week. Jesus, dude.
もらって3時まで集まって3時からまたちょっと一人で仕込みやりながら今ね本当人探してるんですよ全然いないんですよ
Can't find anyone.
親とかに本当に申し訳ないんですけど手伝ってもらってやってもらってるぐらいなんでで
Oh man.
本気でねやっぱ教えちゃうとなんですけどやっぱそれが重荷になってっていう前いた子もそうだったんですけど、やっぱ自分と同じ考えでねやっちゃうと
Well, he's employees. Well, he's saying it's hard to find employees like that work as hard as him.
でずっと一緒に仕事をしてた仲間たちはみんな今独立してやってるんですけど近いところだと立石でやってるんですけどみんなもう今もっときついですね朝5時からとか、はい、結構大変です
5 a.m. dude? Until what?
自分の
5 to 5?
お店なんで人のとこで働いたわけじゃないんでもうここがもうダメになったらもう今後ないんで
He wants to work 80 hours a week. People that work for themselves will work that 5 to 9. No, they start working at 5 a.m. and he doesn't get off work till 5. Well, he's saying he worked from 8 a.m. to 11:30, but some people start work at 5 a.m. That means they close late too. So they're working like, oh my god. They're working like 100 hours a week then, right? Jesus. $18 hours a day shift. That's what I'm saying, man.
でラーメンってね100人いたら100人美味しいって言うわけじゃないんで、なんていうんですかね。できる限り自分ができる範囲内で最高のものを出してるつもりではいるんで、やっぱ美味しいって言ってくれたら嬉しいですね、それ。
When you think about being an owner, you think you're the boss of everyone. And sure, you are. Kind of. But what you may not know is that the shop owns you. And instead of one boss, you have all your customers who you need to please. If you think you'll get away from having to do the dirty tasks, you may be sad to realize that you still may find yourself doing all of them. From cleaning dishes, to washing walls, to scrubbing floors.
Wow.
I asked him if he had another owner-like employee, would he be able to not work so much? I can't believe his answer, which was that he would have the mentee open up a second restaurant.
Wow, 11 p.m.
Kunimoto-san is the first person in and last person out. So kids, this is what it's like to own a ramen restaurant.
Christ, dude. Well, taking some food home, I guess. Get some dinner in while you can. Wow.
Oh hey, you're still watching? If you're Kunimoto-san, then thank you so much for letting me invade your restaurant for a couple days. I would say keep up the hard work, but you don't need me telling you that. A special thanks to all those on Patreon who supports these little documentaries of mine. It means a lot to me. And thanks
Life
to my
Where I'm
wife,
From
who helped
channel.
translate and worked with me to chop down 5 hours of footage into these 10 minutes.
It's pretty good.
All right, here we go. Okay, fuck. Okay, here we go. Okay. Walking to Sky, Chapter 1. I bought a bookshelf on Gumtree recently. It was an amazing experience. I'll quickly tell you about it and then I'll read the book. But I found it strange because it made me start to think about the way like our methods of communication have sort of changed over the years. You know, in the old days, if you wanted a bookshelf, you'd just go see Gareth the bookshelf guy because he was the dude in your tribe that made the bookshelves. He had a little bookshelf cave. He was reputable. Now any mad bastard can sell their shit on Gumtree. You know what I mean? As a species, we're sort of able to cope with knowing and gossiping about around like 100 or 150 people. That's like the limit of our tribe. Any more than that, it starts to get confusing, which is why we created abstract constructs like territories and deities to unite larger groups of people under an imaginary common factor. And it works a treat because we only really gather en masse on special occasions. But I think like social media and it's fucking all that up, you know? I don't think we're able to deal with the thousands of people we're connected to on a daily
Why the
basis.
puppet?
And as a result, we neglect our immediate 150, you know? That's why I never get invited to parties anymore. It's not because I ramble on about veganism and fisting old ladies. It's because I'm not on Facebook and everybody just assumes you are. I am so behind on the births, deaths, and marriages of my friends that I feel like the time traveler's wife every time I go to a party. I'm like,
True, what puppet?
Tim, he's our son, he's 6 now. Fucking didn't even know you were pregnant. Anyway, and you know smartphones aren't that great. You know that, right? They're not that great. You don't need the internet in your pocket. You work at Coles, okay? You're not working for the president. You don't need it. You don't need that much information. And also, what was the point of developing opposable thumbs for you to take a photo of your head and post it on the internet and then just stand by for validation? No one gives a fuck about your head. They'll only validate it in order to gain permission to post a photo of their own head on the internet.
He's a man, not a puppet. Or a muppet.
The people who give a fuck about your head will at some point
a man pet.
see it in real life. Fuck your head and the neck it rode in on. Your vanity is sucking up my bandwidth. Anyway, this is what's going through my head as I'm on Gumtree looking for a bookshelf because, you know, when you put something in the search in Booktree, what the fuck? When you put something in the search on Gumtree, I'm having a stroke up here. Yeah, when you put something in the search, right, and like, there's always a couple of things that come up in the list that are like the polar opposite of what you search for. I'm like, get out of my head, Gumtree algorithms, conspiracy.
It's like a whole stand-up
Seriously,
set.
you type, it's like bookshelf, and it's like bookshelf, 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 gramophone, bookshelf, 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 combine harvester. What the fuck?
Gumtree's like a Craigslist. Yeah, I gathered that
Anyway,
much.
on this particular day, I found 2 bookshelves that worked for me in terms of cost and, more importantly, geographical convenience. Because I'd be fucked if I'm driving to Broadmeadows to pick up a bookshelf, right? So I type in
Broadmeadows,
bookshelf
yeah.
and I see the 2 things, and I'm like, okay, one salary is Kathy, the other is Morgan. I send them both the same text message. Hello, I saw your bookshelf on Gumtree. Is it still available? Kathy texts back straight away saying, sorry, it went this morning. That's cool, Kathy. I'm sorry I gave you an annoying voice in the retelling of this story. Morgan's response came through a couple of minutes later and simply read, it was my wife's bookshelf. How do you respond to that? Aside from the fact that it doesn't answer my fucking question, his use of past
Why is
tense in
Resident
that
Sleeper
sentence
Automod here?
unnerved me slightly.
You can thank Madeline for
I'm
that.
like, oh, I should probably just find another bookshelf. And then I noticed he lived in the suburb next to me, so I replied, is it still available? He responded with the letter Y. Just a Y. Is he asking me why I want to know if it's still available? Or is it a Y for yes, and he's so in the throes of grief that he can't manage the E and the S? I assume it's a Y for yes, so I respond, cool, I'll take it. When's a good time to come and pick it up? No reply for 15 minutes. I'm like, oh, he's forgotten about me. Fuck it, I'll find another bookshelf. And then when his reply actually does come through, I realise he spent those 15 minutes crafting his response because it's a fucking thesis. He must have felt so bad about only using a single consonant in his previous text that he just massively overcompensated with this one. Also, for some reason, felt that the use of punctuation entirely unnecessary. So it's just one obscenely long sentence which reads, you must come and pick up now. I only have short time here at house and also it wide. So bring van or trailer and there stair. But I can help you carry downstairs. If you come park out front, walk up past ring bell, and I will help you carry it to trailer or van. I only accept cash. And if you do not come now, I will sell it someone else.
My God, dude. Okay. It's just one story about buying a bookshelf of Gumtree. I don't think I'm gonna watch the full 20-minute thing. I like the use of the puppet though, the Muppet, the man puppet.
You finally did it. Welcome to the Akatsuki. I will be useful. I'm sure you will. For your first mission, go retrieve the Nine Tails.
The Nine Tails?
Yes, he's very easy to find. He lives in Konoha.
I know he had. But that's the Nine Tails, bro.
I understand.
I ain't never seen him fight before. I don't even know how he fight.
He's in the Akatsuki. He can fight.
No, I'm not going off that. I'm not going off that. You go get him, bro.
No, you will prove your loyalty to the Akatsuki by going to get him.
Oh, bitch, I proved it. I don't fuck with my village no more.
Okay, well, in that case, go destroy your home village instead.
Right away. I mean, I don't fuck with them in the sense of like politics, and I don't politic with them and stuff like that, but I still got niggas there I got respect for, bro. Like, I ain't trying to just destroy the village, bro.
Oh my God. Okay, well, go get the 8 Tails then.
So it's just the same thing. The 8 and the 9 Tails, bro, they both box. Like, bro, you sent Heat out in Kakuzu to go get the 2 Tails. They ran through that bitch in like an hour, bro. Send me to get the, bro, like the 3 Tails or something.
We already have him.
4 Tails? 5?
We just need the 8 and 9.
I'm out. You got it, man.
Can we just go back to his village?
I'm not going no more. I said I'm out. It's up. I'm forbidden. Shit.
I like that. That was good.
Oh, you gotta stay hydrated, of course. It is.
Dude,
summertime.
why are we
Tasty
doing-
tap water? Well, it's right here in SoCal. Yeah, you heard that right.
Southern California's Metropolitan Water District finished first. Santa Ana came in second in the 31st annual Berkeley Springs International Water Tasting.
Yeah, it was held on Saturday in West Virginia.
What?
Judges based their rankings on taste, odor, mouthfeel, and aftertaste. Mouthfeel.
It's good to know that we have good tap water here, right?
Exactly.
I think it's pretty tasty.
Yeah.
I have to agree with that.
Congratulations, Santa Ana. Second place. Wow.
There you go.
These guys are not drinking SoCal tap water. I'll tell you that right now. I have to agree. It's pretty. No, you're not drinking that. Okay. Okay. What is happening? What is this? Why was it? Sound every 2000s kid will remember? Dude, that's not what I thought was happening. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah. It's pretty annoying, for sure. Yeah, just answer it. Bro. Nice. Yeah, this one's kind of this one's like A tier for sure. I know that people fuck with this one. This one always made me feel very weird. I don't know why. Whenever I play PlayStation, just that sound made me feel weird. Okay. It's like a haunting feeling. I don't know how to describe it. This one was always nice. My buddy had a Wii, and I had a great time playing over at his house. It's very nostalgic.
What's going on?
This is 2000s kids? I was a kid during this. I didn't like this. Like I know what it is, but I didn't like it. Okay. That was interesting. I kind of fuck with those, but how come they didn't have the GameCube one? How come we didn't have that? Why was it like Sony Xbox was covered, GameCube wasn't covered? What? We had Wii? Excuse me? Where was GameCube? GameCube should have been before the Wii. They had Nintendo DS. If they wanted, they should have had the Game Boy, like the Game Boy sound effect. You know what I'm saying? Like the pling, and then it's like the high pitch pling. You know what I'm talking about? I sound crazy when I talk about this, by the way. I'm sure. What is it? Game Boy turn on sound. This should have had that. That's what they should have had in there. Everyone would be like talking over that. Yo, it's it's Sam Wise, a G with 33 months, and the 2B. Thank you guys for the 30 months. Both of y'all appreciate it. That's 90s? No shot. That's 90s? Wait, real? But I was a kid in 2000. I was 8. I was 8. Is that not a kid? I feel like 8's a kid. I was a kid. I'm not boomer, dude. You were like 20 in 2000. No, I wasn't. I wasn't 20 in 2000. Game Boy Advance is 2000. Okay, I had a Game Boy Advance though. My parents bought me a Game Boy Advance because I had good grades, so I remember that. But then he fucking bought me like Ice Age on it, and I was really pissed. Like because my whole thing was I wanted a Game Boy, because everyone was playing on the Game Boy. That was like the hot thing. I remember this girl on my bus. Had a Game Boy, and she used to play Pokemon on it. I was very jealous. But I got a Game Boy Advance, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, let's go. But then I played the fucking Ice Age on it, and I hated that game.
And yet you ended up here.
Yeah. Why is this pulling from my algorithm? Oh my god, why is it pulling from my algorithm now? It's gonna fucking inject this shit into my dude. Oh my god, man. There needs to be Google, Chrome, Microsoft, Google, Google Chrome. You're listening. I know you're listening. Include a algorithm purge feature, please. Include it where you can click a button and it just wipes whatever the fuck that you were searching. And I'm not talking about delete search, because delete search wipes your search history. Your algorithm is not deleted though. That's the issue. Have an algorithm wipe button. Oh, they never do that. I know they wouldn't fucking do that, dude. They wouldn't fucking do that. But okay, they already have my information. I was playing. This game came out this last week, and I'm not proud of it. It's called Terrorist Land. Terrorist Land it's a Chinese MMO. Okay, it's a Chinese MMO. I'm not proud of it for several reasons. They copied World of Warcraft, and they've taken every single like gotcha system that has ever been done in any MMO, and they put it all into this game. Okay, not proud of it. But somebody was saying, oh, it has its own independent launcher. Basically, it's not called Terrorist Land. It's called Terrorist Land. You fucking assholes. They took the game. Listen to me. Listen to me. What I have to say. Okay, because the story is relevant. It has its own launcher, and I was recommending it to people, and it looks like a scam. By the way, okay, like to make a guild on that game, you have to fill out a Google form. Okay, it looks really bad, and inside the Discord, by the way, no one is saying anything like relevant. I try to read it. I don't know what the fuck anyone's talking about. There's like a Chinese only section in there that I can't read because I'm not Chinese. They have untranslated stuff in there that's just Chinese text. Anyway, game's pretty fun. But the point is, I was trying to get other people to play it, and they were like, "Dude, this looks like a scam. It looks like this is something that will get my information." And I try to say, "Listen, they already have your information. Okay, I have TikTok. I'm sure they have my information. I know that all these other like fucking apps have been selling information. Facebook's been selling information. Everyone already has information. I don't think they even want my information. I think if they saw my information, they'd be like, 30-year-old guy screams at himself all day, doesn't do anything. We can't sell him anything that's relevant or we'd make money off of. I don't think they'd care. You know what I mean? I got ads. Can you tell us the rants all over again? 4067. Why are you guys changing the number? What's the number for? What does 40 and 67 mean? What does that mean? Your age? I don't... I'm not even denying it. I can't keep denying that I'm not 40, dude. Like, what do you want to say? Guys, I'm not 40. Like, do I look 40? You don't look a day over 45. I don't look 40, dude. Okay? But my point is, yeah, they wouldn't have a button that does that. They wouldn't have a button that does that, but they should. Because at this point, who cares about the information? It's already existed. It's out there. Where they need to know, like, what time I go on Amazon to buy dog food. Like, that's going to get them like, oh, dude, we could sell so much shit to this guy now. Like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Who cares? Instead, they have this where now it's like my entire fucking YouTube home feed is just cursed footage. It's like VTubers now. Like, half the shit that I have on my home feed, I don't want to watch. I don't like that. I want it to be everything I want to watch. And it would work that way if it's stuff that I look up specifically. So what it would do is if I'm like, oh, how do I cook eggs? And it would show me cook eggs video, and then it would start showing me cooking tutorials. Instead, I get whatever the fuck this is. What was this? What was this? What is this? What is this? I don't know what the fuck This is Hololive? Oh, it says it right here, Hololive. Okay. So, dude, and I played it again, so now it's gonna show up double. Now they're gonna now because I played it again, it's gonna think he really loves this shit. Like he replayed it, so this means we gotta show him. Look at this now. Look, I'm old. Like it just heard me do an I'm old rant. And it's Hololive. I'm old. Like it already knows. It already knows. It's all on my fucking home feed. Old ass.
Hi, I'm Smiley, and I'm a clown in Gotham City. What do I get up to in a day? Well, it all starts with me donating blood in the morning, try to get as much out as I possibly can. Then it's off to work at the Children's Hospital, trying to make all of those sick kids laugh. As they say, laughter is the best medicine. After that, I catch the train to feed the homeless. Oh, there's so many of them. And finally, at the end of each week, I like to donate my paycheck to a charity of my choice. I'm actually on my way there right now if you guys want to tag along. Yeah, just a whole lot. I don't need much.
I should have known. Robbing the bank again, Joker.
Oh, Batman. Robbing the bank.
Dude. Nice. Oh look, there's a P12S Phase 2 animated guy just in time for Dawn Trail.
Unfortunately, this small Japan but must work 24 hours a day for a week, or the current will destroy his creation.
What? Looks like shit. No, dude. What the fuck did he make? It looks like no. I mean, bro, what? Yeah, this guy made like a crop circle. Like, looks like the top of a shell.
Nowhere else in nature does an animal construct something as complex and perfect as this.
Yeah, this is bizarre.
If this doesn't get him noticed, nothing will.
Okay, dude. That was what? Bro slaved for a week to make a paper plate. Dude, why are you roasting this fish, bro? Like, I listen. I don't know what he made. It looks like it's like a art piece, you know, like modern day art. And to the ladyfish, they're like, damn, he's such a hot artist, like entrepreneur, like philanthropist. Like this guy is it. Like, he's got a lot going for himself. Like, look at this thing he made. Fish probably dead, but this design is his legacy, but it washes away in the current. I'll be honest, like, the narrator's giving it a bit of a... I think the narrator might be overselling this, though. Because he's like, in his mind, this is a perfect mathematical, formula. But it's just like, what if the fish just did random shit? You know what I mean? What if the fish is like, fuck it, dude, I'll just eyeball it, put some squiggly shit here, fucking, what is this? Looks like some... I don't even know what... I don't even know what this looks like to me. Like, I'm pulling... Like, someone said paper plate. It looks a bit like... Yeah, I can see the outside of the paper plate. The inside looks cool, like, looks symmetrical though. It kind of doesn't though, and I hate to criticize a fish when it comes to making symmetrical art. But, you know, like this piece right here, like what is it symmetrical to? Because some of these are overlapping. There's no design here that's similar to this one. These three lines are just by themselves. You know, the more you look at it, the more flaws you see. But again, I'm not trying to downplay a fish's art design, okay? That's not why I'm here on Earth, all right? I'm not going to criticize fish's art. Art shaming. He's better than I am, so I can't talk crap. He hates the fish. Okay. All right. I don't like that at all, actually.
You know, there might be something to this partnership business after all.
One of my pet peeves, my big pet peeves, is two songs overlapping, especially during a fucking shit poster edit. I hate when they take a TikTok and they put another song over the fucking TikTok on the original TikTok that already had a song. I'm hearing two distinct songs and it's pissing me off, man. What is this? Are they trying to like, dude? Are they trying to ship Batman and Superman? Is that what I'm watching? Is this a Batman super bat? All right. That's a scene where he tries to kill him. He tries to kill him in this scene. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that was a little weird. That was a little sus. This right here was a little sus. Okay, that was a bit much. No, I'll admit that was a bit. You know what I mean? I've never taken my finger across my friend's lip like that. All right. Like that was okay. Maybe they're onto something. Want to start today? Yeah, so you're banned. That's a definite ban. What are some of these? Snow fight? I don't think you called me because you needed my help with Grundy or the mercenaries. I called because I knew you'd answer. Thank you, Bruce. That's just a hug. Okay. Maybe they're just sharing a bed. But suddenly as rising flames pour light through the porthole. Why? You're Superman. And you, Bruce Wayne, you're Batman. No time to talk this over now, Superman. The fire out there will blow up that tank truck. Right. We'll talk about this later. You just had your first snowball fight. You're lucky I didn't throw that at full speed. Take your head clean off. What? Okay, so all right. So what you can't do is you can't put a bunch of comic book sections in here, all right? Highlighting official art and then just sneak in just sneak in fan art of them kissing. I don't think you could do that. Damn your pain, Bruce. We need you too much. I need you. I'm sorry. You don't know that? Okay. It says right here, you're a good friend, Superman. Alright, that was a lot.
Brewers have a 3-0 lead in the top of the third inning, but Siri says, I can do that. First pitch of the at-bat, throws it over. Peralta didn't like that. He kind of just walked it off. But hey, he says, I put my head down. I ran around the base. It was a little more than that. It was a little more than that. He thanks the big man upstairs, does the money sign, and he's off. This breakdown is brought to you by DraftKings. Now, in his next at-bat, Freddie Peralta goes slider away for ball 1, fastball in for ball 2, fastball down for ball 3. Says, okay, all right, 3-0. I'm going to hit another homer. Oh, are you going to hit me?
Damn.
Hits him in the butt. He wiggles it off, shakes it off, doesn't even feel it anymore. Siri, number 22, cool cat, cool guy. Now the umpire, this didn't sit right with him because he saw the second pitch that was close to his knees. He gets all his friends together, and he says,
all his friends together.
We got to get him out of here. Can't have that happen. He says, why? You think he did it on purpose? Yeah, fuck yeah, he did. He's like, oh, okay. And Pat Murphy, coach of the Brewers, he's had a lot of shit not go his way the last 3 games. 2 games ago, he got in a fight with the umpires about the judge blocking the throw. The game before this one against the Rays, he got ejected in a fight with the umpires. So the Brewers have just been hot. They've also cleared the benches twice already this season.
Brewers are not having a good season, huh?
If you think it's on purpose, sure. He goes, Peralta, you're done. You hit him on purpose. You're done. Contreras like, what? He's like, yeah, he's done. Now, Peralta doesn't even respond. He just kind of stands there like, what's going on? How does he know? Why does he think that? Meanwhile, manager comes out, and he doesn't say anything. I love this walk, just right up to his face, and then umpire takes glasses off, and Pat doesn't say anything, just kind of looks at him, waits for it. He says, well, he's out of the game, and then he says, Chris, that is fucking absurd. Why is it absurd? You know, he missed him by this much, and then the next one he gets him. You don't know my fucking pitcher. You're fucking wrong. Fuck out of here. You know better not to do that. Hey, go fuck yourself, you little bitch. Oh, yeah, you're a real tough fucking guy, huh? Real tough. Oh, you are in trouble. No, you said I'm a real tough guy. You are a tough guy. So what you're doing is bullshit, all right? Who are you fucking talking to like that? You're wrong about that. Get the fuck out of here, Pat. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Oh, no, you know what I think? You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You are terrible, Pat. What are you talking about? You're terrible. Why don't you ask around, motherfucker? You're telling me I'm a piece of shit? You're calling me a piece of shit? You calling me a piece of shit? Huh? Go fuck yourself. He's mad about it. He doesn't like it. You calling me that? I called you that. You can't call me that. The fans love it behind him, though. They're all about it.
Long-time Creatures fan and fan of you. Move your content and your energy. Thank you for providing self-food content for years and for free, you magnificent bastard.
What the fuck? $200? Jay Carmine? Whoa. That is craziness. I'm watching like a Brewers Rays game edit of their lip sync breakdown. It's pretty interesting. I don't get to watch many of these. It's your boy Sean with the 24 months. Thank you. Jay Carmine, $200, dude. Yeah, bro slipped and hit an extra 0. That's insane, man. That's like 2 Valorant bundles. That's almost an Ari skin. Man, dude, I never know what to do with these like the big donations like that. Jay Carmine, I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed the content. You know, I'm happy to see you stop by. Hopefully, you're enjoying the streams. Been around since the Creature days. That is also wild. Please cry a little. Yeah, I feel awkward because it's like $200 is like, I tell people all the time when they donate such a large amount of money, that you know, save your money. That's so much. I feel like that's too much to give to any like content creator. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of moolah to give to anybody. So I appreciate it. I hope the content is like worth your while, and you know, don't ever feel like you have to give me money or anything like that. So also yeah, let me know if there was an extra 0 in there. There's an extra 0 in these donations. Don't be afraid to tell me. I've had a few drunk donations over the years. I'm not new to it, and sometimes people hit me up and they're like, "Hey, I kind of fucked up last night," and that's okay. But money's going to terrorist land? No, it's not going to terrorist land, dude. I'll probably go towards like groceries and dog stuff. I don't really. Maybe 2 years ago, probably would have gone towards like a liquor store run, but nowadays, eggs. Yeah, eggs. They added 2 extra zeros. True, actually added 2 extra zeros. What's up, beer mommy? How are you? But I appreciate that, Carmine. Means a lot. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoyed the content of the years. Thanks for the RP. What happened? Why are you coming in my chat saying thanks for the RP? I wasn't in the server today. Okay, I feel old. Did you know Road to E3 2014 turned 10 years a week ago? Yeah, some of that been hitting for sure. Some of that been I forget how 10 years is such a long time ago. I was doing so many things 10 years ago. You RP'd offline? I was streaming. What do you mean I RP'd offline? I was streaming. You saw me here. I wasn't role playing while I was watching videos. I'm not drunk. Oh, what was your other message? Sorry, I must have missed it. 100% worth the while, and it's more. It's nothing compared to the laughs you've given me. You definitely deserve it, and I'm not drunk. Oh, that's so sweet, man. I see that your banner is also like the. Let's see if I can pull it up. You can kind of see the banner a little bit. It's oh shit, I don't even have the screen pulled up. It's partially the old Marshall face, man. The ye old Marshall, where the roleplay really took off. That's very sweet, very kind. Thank you so much. Tactical also gifting a sub to Jay Carmen. Thank you, Tactical, coming in clutch as always. Big supporters. You still have the Optimus Prime mask? No, I talked about this a long time ago. I believe the tactical mask. Jesus, the Optimus Prime mask. Sorry, I was reading Tactical's name. The Optimus Prime mask. I gave away to it was for Make-A-Wish. Yeah, I gave that towards we had a kid from Make-A-Wish, and I gave him the helmet. I had a new one later, but obviously it wasn't the same one that was used in videos. So, yeah, the Creature Hub Make-A-Wish. We had a couple of Make-A-Wish kids during the Creature era that like came through our offices and stuff like that. What, you paused the video like this? I didn't mean to pause the video. Okay, like that. I mean, it doesn't get better when I change the slide over. But yeah, I don't have the original one. I have like another one that's like sitting up at near my office, but
SimCity was more than 10 years ago, brother. It's been a long-awaited return, we praise.
What is this obsession with the? Okay, yeah, SimCity coming up next. That's my next big thing. I didn't tell you like City Skylines thing, didn't I? Like, there was the City Skylines playthrough. Like the new SimCity sucks, by the way. So the only good ones are like the old ones. Not an in-app anymore, Durf. What happened? Was there a fallout in the Soups stream? The new SimCity's from 10 years ago. No, there was a new one. It wasn't 10 years ago. There's no shot, dude. The new SimCity, wasn't it like really bad? City Skylines 2 actually bricked my PC. City Skylines is so good, man. City Skylines is my chill game. I should probably play like some City Skylines on stream. It's been a while since I played it. City Skylines is like what I play, and I usually have like a podcast up, and I just kind of like bum around in it. Yeah, it's really good. Skylines great. Skylines 2 sucks though. Does it suck? I didn't play Skylines 2. What happened with Skylines 2? Was it just too PC intensive? That's me with Civ 6. That's fair. Okay, this is Shot in the Dark. My friend showed me the Creature Hub missile silo. What did you see at the end? I think there was just a bit. We didn't see anything at the end. Although the actual missile itself was pretty haunted, I would say. Not haunted, no, I'm sorry. Eerie is the word I want to use. Every citizen had fully rendered teeth, so it was causing a lot of problems. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. I want to see how much crime goes up in a city built by Alex. I'm very good about the crime in my cities and city skylines. Okay, you guys would be impressed. I can only imagine it's a bit eerie. Well, what the thing with the silo that was eerie was that you had to go down, and there was areas like we went in through like some weird side entrance thing, but then there's a tunnel that goes to the silo, and the tunnel itself is very like spooky. You know what I mean? It's been suggested that the poor performance of SimCity was responsible for the 2015 closure of Maxis. Jesus. Yeah, that was bad. Have you ever tried Frostpunk? Yes. We did do Frostpunk. Actually, yeah. Frostpunk is dope. I actually really liked Frostpunk. Frostpunk was cool. I think I played it on stream too. I don't remember. I feel like I did. It wasn't super hot in there, but it was like there was like it was very hard to get down there into the actual like walkable parts to get to the, because there was a lot of like weird like rickety steps and scaffolding. But then when you got to the tunnel, it was completely dark, and it was like this long tube. And then there was like side areas where I assume they had like offices or something, I don't know, but or like areas where you would sleep, and those were really spooky because it was just like weird hallways kind of like mixing into each other. But yeah, completely in the dark, that place would be terrifying. It was very weird. But yeah, it was at the end. I don't think we saw anything. We were just like the video. We shot all the footage we needed. We should probably just end it. Been a wild experience. Yeah. We've had a few wild experiences with both. The urban exploration is terrifying sometimes. Yeah, like remember when we did the Los Angeles ghost series for Cow Chop, and I stumbled across that guy in the tree. That was definitely one of my scary experiences. Like, you don't expect somebody to be in the middle of the trail at like 11 at night, and it's completely dark, and you turn on the light, like you shine the light, and there's a guy standing like 20 feet in front of you with his dog. You know what I mean? Like, that was very like, Jesus, you know? I'd be more scared of running into somebody in the middle of like the woods than I would like the actual ghosts with urban exploration, especially at night. I watched some video of some guy that broke into like what he thought was an abandoned warehouse, and the property owner showed up and like held him at gunpoint. He had it all on GoPro, but basically he tripped like a silent alarm. The property owner showed up, and he saw him through a window where he pulled up, and the guy walked in to the building. It's a big warehouse, and the guy just like shot like his gun, and you hear it because he's in this giant, like he's in the second or third floor of this warehouse, and you just hear this gun like go off in the guy's GoPro, and he's like hiding in the corner of the warehouse. And then he tried to like wait a bit for like the owner to go away, so he jumped off of like the second floor thing, and he found a way out, and he jumped down, and it just happened to be unlucky that the property owner like walked into him. You know what I'm saying? And he like held him at gunpoint. He's like, "You know I could kill you, right? Like Castle Doctrine or something," he said. And the guy's like, "Dude, I'm just trying to leave. And he's like, No, you ain't leaving. I'm calling the police." And he had him like he had like a fucking rifle that he was pointing at his chest, basically, like from 10 feet away, you know? And that to me would be scarier than like you show up and, you know, a ghoul is like, "Ooh," you know what I mean? It's like somebody actually being there or living there, or it's a crazy person with a gun, you know what I mean? Like, that would be more terrifying. Kraken talked about it once. Him and Alex were out walking. They saw some dude in a tree and a huge dog close by. You can't see it all in the video because it's pitch black. You can kind of make out some of it. It's in the Kraken Ghost series video, basically. Then you're like super sus of why they're there in the first place. Yeah, because you're like, why? Well, there's like homeless people and stuff, obviously, that live in some of these places where they urban explore. But some of these other places, like the middle of the woods, or like an abandoned warehouse in like the middle of nowhere, and there's someone there, is very creepy. But yeah, in the Kraken video, we went like up a series of trails, and the whole video was pretty spooky because there was like a pack of dogs or something that was running around. Like there was coyotes, a pack of coyotes that was like less than a mile away from us, and you could hear them all like. So just picture being completely dark. You're on a trail by yourself or whatever, but I was with two other people at least. But it's dark, and to your right, you just hear like dogs running and like all barking, like "Row, row, row, row," like a pack of wild dogs, right? Was running around us while we were filming this thing, and we're like, okay. And then on top of the trail, when we started going up the trail further, we through the camera and through the light, we saw like dogs' glowing eyes in the middle of the trail. And, you know, me being the content brain, I'm like, bro, we got to get footage of that dog. Because in my head, I'm like, dude, this footage would be good because it's like, that's the payoff for the video. So we kept going closer and closer to the dog, and the dog like would walk away. And then the dog walked far away enough where it was like, okay, let's just see what, because it was off the trail. Let's see where the dog is. You know, it was another 30 feet. We walked closer to it, and we shined our flashlights at the dog, trying to get footage of the dog. And there's a guy like standing by the tree with his dog like next to him, just staring at us, you know, just he had no light, he had no vest, he had no like little torch or a phone. It was just, we didn't expect to see a dude when we shined a flashlight at the dog. We thought it was just a dog, just a wild dog, and we we're just gonna get footage of it. But it was a guy standing with the dog, right? And that's why in the video it's very awkward, where I'm like, oh, sorry man, just trying to find some ghosts. That was my reaction because I was a little like, what the fuck? Like I was a little shocked, but I also wanted to immediately de-escalate the situation because I didn't want it to be like some crazy guy that's about to attack us, you know? Like I didn't know if he was gonna like run after us thinking we're the police or something. Like, you know, I don't know what he's thinking because it's maybe to him it's his property or something. You know, I like don't know who this guy is. I didn't expect to see a guy just standing in front of us. So of course I was like, hey man, sorry, we're gonna leave, because it's like the only rational thing that made sense to me. And then to leave, right? Like I didn't want to, you know, like if he had a gun, we're in the middle of the fucking woods, right? Like he's gonna just blast, like no one would even know. Like there's not a house for a couple miles away, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't like a situation that I was like, yeah, let's stick this one out and talk to him or something, you know? Like maybe in hindsight, but he must have heard them talking. No, he definitely heard us talk the whole time because we were very loud and filming. But it was also, he's just like, so he was probably watching us, you know, like in a tree, like watching us come up, and his dog kind of gave him away. Yeah, probably as spooked as you, tried to hide. Yeah, his dog kind of gave him away, I guess. So that was pretty spooky. Guy must have been scared of you guys stalking his dogs. Yeah, well, he had one dog, and then nearby was a pack of dogs running around too. Bro was just watching for a while, which is weird. I mean, yeah. I mean, what else do you do, I guess, if you're, like, in that area and you're trying not to be noticed? You know, and you see, like... To be fair, we look like a camera crew because we had lights and stuff, and we had a guy with a camera. We had cameras, and then we had a guy with a camera. Like, it did look like a little... It wasn't like... You know, like, you could assume that there's something being filmed there, and it's like... It's Los Angeles. It's pretty common for people to just be filming all the time in a lot of places, right? But I guess I wouldn't know what I would do in his situation. Could have been a fan, yeah. Just a fan meeting us in the middle of a haunted forest. You know, just where you meet fans normally. Did he say anything? No, didn't say anything. Didn't say a single thing. Just stared at us, like, you know. Pretty wild.
Ooh. And up comes Siri again in the top of the 8th, 6-run game. New pitcher. Uribe's in. First pitch, nasty, 99 up and in. Then hits him slider low. Grounds out to first base. Flips it to the pitcher. Steps on him. You're out. Pitcher looks at him. Looks down at him. Brushes his glove against his leg a little bit. Let's watch it again. Just
why are they so pressed?
As he passes. Nasty, 99.
Wait, what? They're up 8-2 and they're like shitting on the Rays here.
Up and in, then hits him slide. Watch it again. Just stares at him as he passes. Mean mugs him.
Why do you stare down?
Brushes his glove. Siri's like, yo, you good? He turns around and says, yeah, I'm good. You good? Siri's like, I'm good. You good? He says, oh, I'm doing good. Are you good? Umpire says, you guys are both good. Oh, slap,
Ooh.
slap. Miss. Reese is down.
What the hell just happened? What did I just witness here? What the fuck was this? What was this series? Like, this is the most, I hate to say it, but like, unathletic attempt at a fight.
He says, oh, I'm doing good. Are you
like,
good?
Like, look at the pitcher. Look at the pitcher.
Both good. Oh,
he goes for the slap. He like backs up.
Slap.
He goes for a punch.
Slap.
Doesn't do the punch. Throws the glove on the ground. Pushes his teamiate.
Reese is down.
Like, what was this?
Reese is down. What's going on? Here we go. Slow motion. We got a slap attempt. Just misses. Does his pinky touch the helmet? Maybe. Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe, but he misses. Then Siri throws a swinging left, misses, hugs the umpire.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Then we got a right from Siri, and that's just unorthodox, and they hook arms. They're going to dance around do-si-do. And then a left from Siri. I don't know what that is. A little forearm. He
was trying to throw a pitch at him.
Shiver. Got him. I don't know. It looked like he's just like
what
dancing. And then the right misses. He needs to take off his glove. Uribe decides he needs to take off his glove. Hoskins gets in the middle, and they bump all over each other. And now Reese is down, and they're left looking at each other, going after each other. Oh, there was a right by Syria.
He's like karate chopping
He
him.
ducked his head because he felt someone touching his back. Didn't want to get hit from behind. Throws that right. Misses everything. Now they're in the middle scrapping. Oh, Siri's helmet comes off, and he's got a little Cisco blonde hair, white hair. Now here at this point, both their fists are up.
This is actually going to be a punch.
If you want to call it that connects to his neck. Boom.
Ooh, in the
and
neck.
If you look at it, he's got his tongue out, like in his teeth. So maybe he bit his tongue there. That might have hurt. And then his left misses, goes on top, but his forearm.
What is that hammer
raises
fist?
The top of his head. So that might have tickled a little bit. His hat's falling off and getting wiggly. Now look who's back. Back again. Reese Hoskins in the mix.
Puts his
only to
glove
take
in
a
his
punch
face.
from his pitcher right in the arm. Boom.
Ooh.
Reese gets in the way of that punch, dodges it, and then the hat. Uribe's just blind. You know, you got to wear a hat that fits. He's blind. He's had to take his glove off. Now he's got to take his hat off. He's just struggling with all the equipment. You got to know better when you're attacking people. Now, Bryce Wilson, I think it's Bryce Wilson, comes in, and he just finds Siri and takes him out. Hoskins is there as well, but in the
This doesn't look like
right
real
here at the
fighting.
beard, he just waits, grabs
What-
him, and
what
he
is
doesn't,
like the-
he just throws him.
What
Go
is
that
that?
way.
Like what?
Kind of like capturing an animal and just showing him the door. Siri backs up. He's
Bro,
trying to figure out these fans.
If they actually had a real fight, you know, like they do in hockey, it'd be like, all right, but the game was paused for that. They have to pause the game when that happens to throw people out. Like it wasn't even like what are we doing here, folks? Like it's like they're trying to like make a show out of it, you know, like they're like not trying to actually hurt each other, but they want to look like they're fighting. It's very strange. Not a single person threw an actual punch in anyone's face in that. It was just like this, like how little kids fight, you know?
Oh, that woman, and she's so nervous. This dude, Adventures of Pete and Pete guy, elastic superhero with the beers. I think that dude's yawning. I think he's hiding a yawn and stretching with 2 beers, trying to act like he's into it. I'm not buying it. Too elastic for me. Adames and Rosarena, they're old teammates. They walk hand in hand. Jeter and A-Rod got so much shit for doing this when the Yankees and the Mariners brawled. It was like they got torn apart in the papers. I think we've come a long way because now it's like, hey, that's cooler than fighting. Those guys are cool. Although some of you people are probably still upset because you just get upset about things. Uribe walks back into the dugout with Quentin Berry, turns around and says, no, I'm just getting water, guys. I'm just getting a drink. I'm pretty thirsty. And I kind of bit my tongue. We got water inside, you know? We got water inside. Now, Siri, he's getting escorted back to his dugout, and he's like, yo, stop pushing me. Yo, stop pushing me. Yo, stop. 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 Chill out, man. Chill out. You seen my hair? We're cool. This umpire's getting giddy thinking about the write-up, just like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Gonna be a hell of a report. Let's go. Let's go, Brewers. And there you have it. That was the fight. It's brought to you by DraftKings. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. What an absolute shit show, man. Let's go, Brewers. Brewers Nation, let's go. Oh my god. That was pretty crazy, man. Yeah, I've been liking the lip reading videos, because you never get to hear him audio up. Gonna play Dawn Trail tonight, OG. Probably not. We'll see. Maybe. I have to stay up late for it, right? Doesn't the servers go live at like 3 a.m. for me? Jesus Christ, it's already 12. We'll see. It's been a while since I've done like the Q stream. Is it over yet? No, we're gonna get some more videos we can play. It's been a while since I've done one of these RP. Yeah, I know we kind of missed the boat on the RP. I didn't realize we'd have so many videos today. Some more Gus. Okay. Dude. What is this? My house walkthrough is in Japan? During a typhoon. Okay. Off to a strong start here. Okay. This literally looks like a... This looks like a level in a horror game I've played before. The Hina doll room. Okay. We got a room for Hina dolls. The altar of the ancestors. Okay, so that's a checkpoint where you can save. Pictures from around the time of World War II that are like decrepit. What is this? This isn't real. When I open this Sama sliding door, there's another hallway. Outlast camera. Right room is the doll room. Oh Jesus, I think I saw one of the dolls. Paper walls? Yeah, but it's all like ripped. Mother when she was done. Why is it so messy? This was abandoned. This isn't real. This was abandoned, dude. Oh my god. That's not real. This isn't real. Dude, this is not your bathroom. This is an abandoned house in Japan. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Because also, why is there chanting in the background? Is someone doing a... Oh god. Is someone doing like a seance? Guy might own it, but it costs too much to repair. Yeah, but does it cost too much to clean up too? Right? This is your room. Okay. The mats are terribly damaged. Yeah, everything is terribly damaged. Hold on a second. Oh, so it went around a circle. This is where you started from. I can tell by the pictures and stuff, right? This is a loop, right? No, cause they're trying to do something here. I don't know what they're trying to do here. Okay, what is happening? What is happening? What is going on? was closed up by my grandfather. Yeah, the rooms are closed up. This is the same hallway as it was before. Dude, okay, so now we're just stuck. Is this actually PT? This is PT. Rat nests above the ceiling, okay. Yeah, I know about the hallway. We've talked about the hallway before. It was there when you walked through it like 5 minutes ago. Guys, I think this might be a horror video. I thought this was like a... I don't know what makes me think that. Okay, this wasn't open before, though. This room is the dress room. One of my grandmother's dresses. The holes eaten by insects have turned black like bloodstains. Okay. Yeah, the doll room. You showed us the doll room. Can we go in it? Oh yeah, that's crazy. You just have a doll room in the house. Who submitted this? Real, are you still in here? What? Real, what was that? What is this? Yeah, the wall peels from the ceiling when it rains. Real just dropped this on us and dipped. I turn left and there's another hallway. Yeah. The wall peels from the ceiling when it rains. We know about this lore. The motion looks artificial. You know, I mean, this could... This does look very, like, I don't know how to... It does look real, though. But everything Japanese horror scares the fuck out of me the most. I wonder why. Is that true? Do I feel that way about Japanese horror? You know, I actually love Japanese horror. Like, one of my first games that I played that was like a Japanese horror game was Fatal Frame, and I really liked that game. Remember that kind of like set the scene for a lot of like other games that I looked at to see, hey, is there more stuff like this from Japan? And obviously, you have like companies like Capcom and stuff, whatever. That's all valid. So I mean, they do a really good job at selling the horror. Plus, there were some shows that I watched, I think too. Korea's another good one. Korea has some real like a good grasp of like horror. You know, that came out of like the Korean cinema over this this past decade. That's been really phenomenal. So. Definitely different. Time to stream Japanese horror games at Halloween. Yeah, Ken, I was actually thinking about that yesterday. I was like, oh, I'm kind of excited for the horror streams, Because I think this year I'm gonna try to at least do a bit more, since last year I just did like the Halloween day, and that's all that we did. But prior to that, I usually did like extended like horror streams, because I do enjoy those. Asian horrors are actually scary. Yeah, I mean they definitely can be pretty unsettling. Do you play Phasmo? Phasmo did get an update. Do you play Phasmo, Beer Mommy? Because our Discord friends, like we play a lot of Phasmophobia. It's definitely one of our games. We hadn't for a little bit, but we definitely played a lot. Had a lot of fun. Like Art Coffee, Eraser, 80s Tinker, we all played Phasmo a good bit. Place you can submit scary games. I might open it up, Steffi. That's a good idea. The one game that I didn't get a chance to play yet, and I've been really trying to play it, is Soma. Something's gonna pop up in one of these. Soma what? Soma Ligma, dude. No, Soma's been on my list of things to play. That's the one thing I regret I didn't play last year. So I'm waiting for the payoff here, because the longest hallway in the house, the ceiling is rotting, it's making the paint drip off. There's other shit going on here too that's also unexplainable. This room has no taste. Fair. So many nuts in these balls. What the... What? Oh god, okay. What the fuck is that? Grandmother is here. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, the mouse turds. Can we go back to grandmother? On the middle of the... My grandfather's not here. My grandfather's always listened to Sutra from the radio. Oh my god, all the dolls are covered up now. No shot, that's actually grandma. Bro, no shot, that's grandma. No shot. Yeah, the floor, the ceiling, the... Okay. World War II. Longest hallway in the house, left turn. There's like a dead baby in the sink. Okay. Oh god. Your grandfather's in the tub. This is PT? Is this like a PT live action short or something? This must be, right? Oh no. I'm ready for it, but I'm not gonna be ready. I'm not gonna be ready. Dude, what? I'm turning down the volume just for you guys, for your own sake. 3 Mile House? No, it's just been a loop. The sound of the wind woke me up in the middle of the night. Dude, you have 2 dead bodies in your house. I think you have more problems to worry about than wind. Where is Lisa? Guys? This isn't looking too good. Oh, God. Guys? I think we have a problem. No one's been in this room for a very long time. I guess not. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Is this like paper mache or some shit? What is happening? This is your room. Bro, you live in a... What the fuck is that? Dude, what? Like Zoink, Scoob? This place is haunted. Dude, what the fuck? Making of Making of my house walkthrough. Dude, that was not poggers at all. More ghoul. Think of the 6 months. That was very creepy. The payoff was it just ends. All right, great. I get more gold. Think of this 6 months, 6 big months. Appreciate that.
Chef Ramsay has just announced that this year's winner will be his
Not sleeping now? Yeah, I don't blame you.
next head chef at Gordon Ramsay Steak in
Watch something
Las
wholesome. I'm sure this will be funny.
5 minutes starts now. Let's go.
And the chef's first chance to impress the signature dish challenge has just begun.
It's a big hurry.
Let's cook. I'm here to win a competition.
Face to face, toe to toe, eye to eye. Mano a mano, you hit me, I hit you. Best man wins. End the story.
I'm not sure I agree. Actually, it's just basic chemistry.
Elements, they combine and change into compounds.
I will teach you how to make a taco so savory, so
These are good.
so spicy, so salamanca.
It's like I'm actually watching an episode of Hell's Kitchen.
Nice tomatoes, some onions, and the 4 peppered suds. You'll drown your own brother, just for a taste.
2 minutes to go.
Time is running out. Luckily, the blue team has on its side the owner of the Los Pollos Hermanos chain, Gustavo Fring.
Each and every day, we
You watch this
serve
already?
our
I think we might have.
customers exceptional food with impeccable service. We take pride in everything that we do.
45 seconds.
And the breakfast for the VIP table is still not ready.
Don't this table up. Let's go.
Yes, chef.
As we can see, some, in order to meet the task, choose performance enhancers, while others must first make sure the cooking zone is not contaminated.
A fly, I get it, seems insignificant. But trust me, the batch will be good for nothing if we don't clear the contaminant.
Oh my God.
Stay tuned for the next episode of Breaking Kitchen.
Is it too hot outside? Here you go. Shade. Sorry.
I think he likes it.
Wow.
Eminamix resubbed for 31 months.
Eminamix.
31 months lurking Maya he 4K.
Thank you. But it looks cute and it's good sun protection. See? Queen slay.
Nice, cute. Oh my God. I can only imagine where this is gonna go. Dude. Jarvis. Are we on track? You are closing in the distance. Good. Because the distance is where we're gonna have to go. Oh my God. Steady, steady. Dude, holy shit, that was crazy.
As if this squirrel wasn't having a bad enough
Bro, how do
day,
you...
he then had to deal with fat shaming.
I wonder if you hadn't eaten so many nuts, you wouldn't have got stuck in there.
The hungry fellow thought he stumbled upon an easy feast in a
dude,
bird feeder,
bro.
but soon regretted his decision to dig in. A couple in Surrey, England, found the chunky animal trapped and called the RSPCA
That's embarrassing,
for
man.
help because its head was caught in the cage. An animal rescue officer showed up with some clippers to help free the squirrel.
That's embarrassing
Snip
for
by
bro.
snip, the officer worked carefully not to harm the animal. It took a few minutes, but the RSPCA reports the squirrel quickly ran away upon being released. It was uninjured, except for maybe a bruised ego.
How you gonna do that, man? That's cute. All the time, man. Cute.
どうしたの？
トールさんが避ける組咲いてる時の顔が好き。
そう？
もっと長く見てたいな。
Long, long
Bro.
危ないねあの人。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
Oh no, dude.
ちーちゃんは長いのが好きなんだね。
別に意識してるわけじゃないけど。
気のせいか。
Dude. Wait a minute.
前にも言ったねあの長い人。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
出先で避ける組の
Is this a whole episode?
首に送ったから。
すごいタイミング。
サインお願いします。
No, dude. No, what's happening? He showed up.
届いたよ。ありがとう。
He's a delivery guy? Oh no.
避ける組対長い避ける組。
それ触ってみてもいいですか？
Okay, dude. This isn't real.
長い。これどうやって触るん
This
ですか？
isn't a real commercial. It's very real. It's real.
すいません。
Bro, no shot.
避ける組対長い避ける組。
No, he's gonna come.
電話出ないから心配になって。
ちょっと寝込んでて。
これ持ってきたから一緒に食べよう。
今日は。
No, man.
ちょっと待って、今はダメ。
No. No, dude. He... Oh, I had to find out like this. Oh no.
ちーちゃん、どうして俺じゃなくてこいつなんだよ。
それは。
ああ、そうかい。長けりゃいいのかい。ビロービロー。ビローよ。
What the fuck?
ちーちゃん。
黙っててごめん。実は私もう長くないの。
Oh wait, what?
だから長いものを見ると安心できるの。
What, dude?
どうしてそんな猿芝居したの？目移りするのチーの悪い癖だよ。
だって長いんだもん。
長さに騙されてんじゃねえよ。え？避けるグミ一袋分並べていくと、ほら同じ長さになるの。
Oh man. Dude.
食べやすいようにわざわざ切ってあるんだよ。
She thought it was the length, but it was the practicality.
ちーちゃん聞いてもいい？
何？
プロポーズってどんな風に？
So they made up.
正直に言ってごらん。
フラッシュモブは嫌かな。なんかこっぱずかしいし、フラッシュモブ以外。
ちーちゃ
Now what? Dude. Come on, man. No.
ダメ結婚式までお預け
シェーおやすみ
おやすみ
食べるとおしめください
Long, long
どちらまで
Dude. Not again, man. Come on. Oh. It's not Longman. But she's seeing Longman everywhere now. Dude, they shouldn't have got married. Why'd they get married? Is this him? No shot. No shot, dude. He showed up at the wedding? What a fucking asshole, bro. I'd always thought you'd come.
私長い間あなたのこと待ってたのトールさんごめんなさい
Wait a minute.
私のことは忘れて分かったでしょ私はひどい女なの
ああもうやだどうしていつも俺の前に現れるんだよ
一目見た時から君のことが
No way. Wait. Yo! Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? It was him. It was him the whole time. It was him.
トール君
俺嘘だろ
高いったのにどうして
僕らはきっと分かり合える
Oh.
触ってみてもいいですか
Dude.
きっとみんな分かり合える避ける組長い避ける組
Wow. Um. Getting hot and bothered. I didn't. That was some cinema that I hadn't seen for a long time. Okay. Real peak cinema.
Winnie! She wants to go through. Hi, this is Beetle. Beetle.
His name is Beetle.
Alright. Time to go dump this wheelbarrow. When? Where? Oh, she's coming. Come on, Winnie! Don't run over any goats. Look out.
Oh my god.
You wanna go in?
The poor
Yeah,
goats.
headbutt the cow, dumb. Here you go.
Wow.
Are you
Gazemu subbed for the first
Winnie? Are you serious?
He rolled all the way up there to not go in.
You look like you tell women to smile more! You you get home, you bum! Just sits by the door. Matt, I heard you bought out my niece's entire Girl Scout cookie collection. You stud! Nolan, I bet you don't say cows when you drive past cows. You bum! Obviously, yeah. Horses. Zachary! I hope you never have an umbrella when it rains!
Fucking dude, baseball fans and baseball is just something else, man.
He is miserable. I feel sorry for him. Bad diet, isolated environment. It's amazing he's still alive.
Why don't you learn how to drive, pal? Huh? Hola, amigo.
Damn, homie.
Down, boy.
Alrighty then.
Like a glove. What are you doing? Excuse me, gentlemen. Head detective.
We're going down.
Honestly, kind of works.
Bon appetito.
Trevor, what is that?
An islet. It's probably not even human.
Agent Sanchez, arrest these men both. All right. Shall we go to jail?
How do you? Everyone on the floor!
Dude, him in the mask was great.
Sorry, fellas. Where's that hotline? Beep, beep, beep. And your answer is...
Gee, let me think.
What do we do?
If I'm not back in 5 minutes. Just wait.
Especially we're gonna mask 2. Yeah, I'm afraid if they try to do a mask 2. Oh my god. Jim Carrey really was an icon back then. It's Son of Mask, oh, that's right.
We carry Mind Flayer parasites.
What?
Son of Mask.
Within
yeah.
days, we will be Geich. Mind Flayers.
Oh, shit.
It's like Casey. This is like Casey during our Baldur's Gate playthrough as Wenzel, dude.
So what are we to do now?
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it. What a sweet little birdie. You want some food? Want some... Ah, you seagull!
The goddess Mistra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. And later even my lover.
You bang my dead wife?
Oh, yes.
Look out!
Death is not the end, merely another beginning.
That's good. Can you conjure the dead? Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can lay into her from the other side?
Dude.
Hello?
Guest?
Ongo Goblogian, the art collector.
Dude, what the
Don't judge me, this is art! Allow me to destroy your gallery. Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love. It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
Jesus, dude. I was reading how unhinged.
You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence.
I did what I did. You don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
Look at how unhinged Danny DeVito was in Always Sunny. Happy birthday, Art.
Yeah, you guys are actually like...
This is what I...
Per usual. John Wick and Resident Evil 4. Okay. the fish. Dude, Okay, unironically though, John Wick in a zombie film would go kind of hard. No, would that not be sick? I'd watch the shit out of that. No, too easy. Maybe, but like the numbers.
All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assume.
Needs something robust, precise.
This is great. 28 wicks later, yeah.
I recommend anything for the end of the night. Something big, bold.
Nice. Good stuff.
Yakshimash, my name is Borat. I like you. I like sex.
It's a little different.
It's nice. These are Orkin, a town mechanic and a abortionist. This is my mother. She oldest woman in the whole of Kusek.
Dude, the crazy part about like the Borat story is that they like actually went and visited like this I don't know, dude, like like Eastern European like post USSR like village, and they just kind of paid off everybody. Like no, like there wasn't actors. It was real actual like, you know, foreign people in the village that don't know what the fuck he was doing. It was Romania, but it was very specific in Romania, was it not? You're probably right. I don't remember all the cons, but I just remember it was very like outlying part. They hated him for making fun of them. I think they hated him after the fact because they were like, okay, like they realized it was a movie and they were like, okay, where's their money? Basically, is kind of how that played out, right? Actual Kazakhstan originally hated this movie. It sounds about right. Because they were given money for him to film there. Like they gave him money, but when they realized it was a movie, they're like, "No, wait a minute," you know.
She is a 43. I love her. Although
Just
Kazakhstan
insane.
a glorious country, it have a problem too. Economic, social,
and cult.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
They weren't told what kind of movie they're making. They're told it's a documentary. Yeah, but then it's like, I get that part, but I'm also like, would they have had to have like, I guess it would have cost more money for them to find a village like that, hire a bunch of actors that look like people from that village to go along with it. You know what I mean? Like the money probably wouldn't have gone to that village, I guess, in hindsight. So it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like I kind of get it, but just that to me is more ridiculous than anything else. Was just that it was an actual, like, it wasn't, you know, at the time when I watched it, I thought it was like actors or something, but later it's like, no, these are real people. They just were like, what the fuck is going on? Like, they had no idea what was happening.
I am in a nest of gold. They have cleverly shifted their shapes. One of them has taken the form of a little old woman.
What is the best gun to defend from a cult?
What you see is what I've got.
Come on and make my day. Book.
Oh, nice.
Jesus, bro.
Leon, help! Well, I want to say hello. Welcome back in my town of Kusek. Since I returned, there have been much improvements. We no longer have a running of the cult. It's cruel. We Christians now.
Nice. Dude, how many of these are there, man? What? Tony Soprano and God of War. Okay.
I thought you'd be bigger.
I'm pleased to meet you.
But if you don't have a warrant, could you get the fuck out of my house? Because I'm kind of busy. You gotta exercise impulse control.
I'm sorry. He doesn't know, does he? About your true nature?
I'm in a waste management business. Everybody immediately assumes you're mobbed up. It's a stereotype, and it's offensive.
It's the world serpent.
The longer you wait to tell him his true nature, the more damage you do.
You're gonna find out eventually. What difference does it make?
He will resent you, and you may lose him forever.
My son has panic attacks.
Have faith in him.
Let go!
He's got that putrid, rotten, fucking soprano gene. You got nothing to say till I tell you, unless I ask you a direct question.
Ice. Oh, to play a flute with a singing partner as a raven.
Пиздец. Ну, зайцев тоже ебут дохуя. Привозим Попова 14, это, блядь, ебучий адрес, блядь. Грейса Вячеслава мне,
I really appreciate the Russian dash cam videos in that they're never really like bothered. It's like they're just kind of like they're just in the moment all the time. You know, like do you see that one where there's like, see if I can find it real quick. Like this is an inconvenience to them. Have you seen this one?
This viral.
Okay, there we go.
This viral video claims to show one driver's ho-hum reaction to that meteor that streaked over Russia last week. But some skeptics think his visor down response was just too cool to be.
They just don't have time for it. Like over there, like a meteor is flying, and this guy's like, I don't, you know, it's time for this bullshit right now. I have to get to work before this fucking boss fighting me for bullshit. They just. Like, these guys crash their car. Like, every dash cam video I notice is like this, where they're just don't have time for it, man. Like, or you know, there's no... Because, you know, in the American ones, it's like, there's always some, like panicked screaming in the background. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! It's like... But in these, it's like... It's always like... No, вообще, блядь, no... Like... It's... Ну, всё, да. Like, Плывем. Давай. And where are we going? I don't know. We're going somewhere, I guess.
Got an offer for you, Patty.
Turn around now and slide right back into your ride.
Careful, Padre. Just go.
What?
You might feel a little discomfort.
Too bad we ain't staying the night. Nice choice, Bug.
Coming through!
Hey, what are you doing?
It's okay! I'm a limo driver!
You got any notion of this? You pulled me in too.
Pardon me, Mr. Perfect! I forgot that you never ever make a mistake!
It was a terrible mistake, sir. Please, believe me, I would never do anything to offend a man of your size.
There's a personality construct on that shard. The terrorist.
It's in my head!
Omega blockers. They should keep that guest of yours calm, quiet.
1/2 teaspoon for fast, effective relief.
I am a fugitive. I am hunted.
Man, you are one pathetic loser.
The Takamura was great.
Hey, guys.
Hey, there you are.
Well, see you later.
Everyone listen up. This is a fucking robbery. Wallets on the table. You're trying to trip me up.
Number 303. Knock 4 times.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Sure.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
What is this? That was more than 3 times. Yeah, I think that's probably why he got shot.
It is the year 804.
How do we...
41st millennium.
These video...
On
Dude,
the
these...
shrine
Oh my
world
god,
of
man.
Son Artoris, Cardinal Astral.
Oh, these media streams are a whiplash,
the
bro.
highest ecclesiastical authority within the Scaris sector, whose frail body had been artificially sustained for over 400 years, finally passed away into the Emperor's blessing. Upon his death, the role was passed on to Borgia's protege, Cardinal Xaven. But before resting easy in his new seat of power, he would set out on a pilgrimage across the Scaris sector to see all the holy
Been on a
places
test?
for himself.
Absolutely.
His entourage consisted of thousands of preachers and servants, and was accompanied by a contingent of the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, that would serve as Safan's personal
Who made the
bodyguard.
playlist? It was just...
For 5
It was
years,
anybody.
he would travel across the sector to preach the Imperial Creed. Every world he visited, his entourage would grow, with many pilgrims and preachers joining what was now beginning to be called a crusade of faith. With so many zealous followers sworn to the Cardinal, it was in all practicality beginning to form a small army. On
As all
Thracian
things.
Primaris, the main capital of the sector, a particular ecclesiastical deacon with the name of Mammon joined the Cardinal's side as his trusted advisor. With such a large and loyal following, the Cardinal was starting to realize he could be so much more than just a token figurehead of the ecclesiarchy. Surely now he could take real action to purge the sector of non-believers.
Every time, man.
Upon Mammon's advice, he
Every
set
time.
out for the secluded system of Vrax. Vrax was not only just the
Time to
site
purge
of
the
St. Leonis
heretics.
Basilica, but also an imperial armory world. For the ambitious Cardinal, Vrax would be the perfect base of operations where he could prepare his further plans for the sector.
This was it. Bro, you dropped... How are you gonna drop Siege of... Siege of Vrax, Part 1, Cardinal Zafon's Crusade, and then it's just Part 1 of the... What are you gonna do, a fucking playlist? Or is it gonna be a 40-part fucking playlist? The Siege of Vrax? Like, 2 minute, like... What are we doing here? What are we... Tactical. Where is Tactical? Tactical, how are you going to drop this in here? I only did part 1 and the shortest one. I mean, these are always good. I will say the audio noted or narrated with visual style from Warhammer is always very cool. Dude, it's like hours long. I know it's hours long. I know how long this stuff is. I thought it was going to be like short and sweet. Here's who he was, but it's like here's part 1 of probably like a 200-part series on Cardinal Zafon and the Crusade. What is this? His audio gets better, but it's like 40 parts. That's fair. Dude, these guys are menaces, man. Nice. Oh. What is he doing with the rope in his mouth, though? Oh. Okay. Dude, what? Okay. We all been there. Nut shot? Wait, did he? Is that what happened? Barry gets hit in the nuts for messing with my monitor. Is that what happened? Ooh. Looks like it hit him in the leg. Oh god, okay. Damn.
Your siren can say hello. Hello. It's very nice. Hi. She can also say hi. And she can also say hi, Birdie, and she can also sing. Can you sing? Pretty amazing. You sing happy birthday? Birthday. It's the same thing.
Just spamming hi.
Can you spin? Good job.
That was cool.
Okay, you beat me to it. Can you rewind? Oh, can you rewind? Good job. What's so funny? It's her laugh. She has kisses if you say I love you. Very nice. Hi, Birdie.
Paris never stopped talking. Yeah.
Say happy birthday. Good job, Mia.
Just spamming hi.
Birthday.
A lot of birds in the sanctuary, huh?
You're being a lot today. Can you just like? Do I not usually have hair ties on my wrists? Stompy is not heavy breathing. He's just trying to stay cool. Maybe after we put the marmosets in, we can. Are you okay? Stompy, do you need?
Looks like a dinosaur, bro.
Do you need a bath? Oh, poor chicken.
It is.
The poor chicken, so hot. This is an Australian bird, so he actually is.
Raptor
like, very
eyes,
well
yeah.
adapted to
Looks
heat.
very scary. Looks like a scary
he's being,
bird.
Like a little dramatic right now.
I'd freak the
It's
fuck out if I
really
saw this
hot.
thing like in the wild.
I'm not a big pranks guy, by the way. I don't. It's a lot.
Did you guys do it in the locker room a lot?
I was part of a couple.
Maybe a 12-minute podcast, dude. With like be a Pat McAfee podcast. It's one prank. It's one prank. What?
I was just didn't answer it, and the person goes, Pat, the fact that you didn't answer it is why we need you to answer it. And I was like, no, right? I'm not playing these games.
No way.
No way. So then the person
This
put
setup. They
their
have like the fucking mixer plugged in the laptop.
hand underneath the door and was like, you're good.
It's a fake hand.
No, I opened it.
Wow.
I opened it.
That's bold.
I opened it, and they were right. And they're like, come on. Wow. And I was like, here I come. Here we go. I'm in the group. Okay. Which also, by the way, I watch a lot of crime stuff, and I had a suspicious mind.
Okay, I'll be honest, dude. I'll be honest. I'm sure it's a great story. I don't know if I can listen to 12 minutes from a I think this is a football podcast on a prank that happened. Okay, that might be too much for me. That might be my Joker moment. I don't want to do that to myself. It's 1 a.m. That's too much, dude. That's too much. If we could have something here, I'll open the queue just for a minute. If we could have something else. They flooded the dorm of the school they were staying at. That's fucked up. Why didn't they just say that during Why didn't they just say that? They should have just said we did that. That was the prank. Q stop grabbing clips. Yeah, I stopped it. What is this? $1,000. What are you guys doing? What is this? Honda suitcase review? Dude, what? Is it like the? It looks like the rideable suitcases. Is this Mr. Bean? And that's the bit? Yeah. There's a key? Bro, what? Why is it like a rest in peace photo frame? £42. What? Alec, buy me one of these. Just the entire video? I thought it was gonna be a review. This goes for $1,000. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think $1,000 is worth it. Who is using this? Me? Looks annoying to bring around. Yeah, it's just like you're carrying this 40-pound thing around. What did you do? Sarcastic lover. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. I feel like we're gonna witness a twist. Yeah, this is the twist. 8 Mile range? Yo, good night, Tactical. Appreciate you.
Scooter frame. Tiny battery. No suspension. Oh, fair enough.
I appreciate that sarcastic. I'm trying. They got a lot of mileage, no pun intended, out of this bike. No suspension's kind of crazy, yeah. I had to make it for the $1,000 somehow, yeah. Yeah, that does not look fun to carry around, like, all day. What? That's why you ride around all day? 8 miles isn't a whole lot, though, does it feel like? 3 hours to charge, 8 miles? Eight miles in a city center, I guess, yeah. But just get a bike. Isn't that cheaper?
Thanks for watching. If I had to ride something every day, I'd take a bicycle. If I had to take the train, I'd take a folding bicycle. If I had a DUI, I'd take an electric bicycle. And the Moto Compacto really only makes sense there as something that lives in the car. This ultra slim emergency solution for when you hit a 9-mile traffic jam. It's very cool. Just don't try to ride those tiny wheels every day because we already have enough middle-aged male suicide. And to be fair to Honda, that is the idea that they went after 40 years ago with the Moto Compo. And that was sold as an optional trunk accessory to the Honda City hatchback. It had bigger wheels, it had suspension, it could hit 40, but it also weighed 100 pounds. It cost $2,000 in today's dollar, and kind of smelled like a decomposing Stegosaurus. That's either a credit to Honda's forward thinking or a disgrace to their lateral thinking that it would take 4 decades for their idea of a trunk bike to become practical.
The voice revenue is got a lavalier. See it on his coat.
Other myths are that students are going to use them to scoot around campus as if that 30-inch credit card would fit under the lecture chair. I mean, I lived on campus not too long ago. Classes are pretty close together. Students are pretty broke. We all just walked or got a ride in a police van. Well, same goes for
8
this
miles.
idea
I
of
can run that in
last
1
mile
hour and 8
mobility.
minutes.
I mean, people pitch this donkey shit as if we're a bunch of Bezos baggies that can't just get off the bus and walk. And you also hear people talk about flying with the Moto Compacto. But as tiny as that battery is bigger than the FAA limit. So you're not going to get off the plane, pull the wheels out of your suitcase, and ride away.
Who's doing that
When
anyway?
I go on vacation and I need to ride, I go with our sponsor, from Riders Share. And they have over 4,500 different models of motorcycles that you can try out. I mean, just look, within a 30-minute walk of the Las Vegas airport. I can try a Rebel 500. I could feel out a Harley Softail, a Vulcan 650, a Z400, a Multistrada, or a Ninja. And all of these bikes have riding gear available at less cost than the American rental network, and 3 of them actually have delivery. So I could have walked just 2 minutes out of the terminal and been riding the strip right about now.